Hi, and welcome to another edition of Zombiepalooza Radio. We're going to start off about 5 minutes early and make sure that everything is working right. I'm going to check up on my YouTube page and see how things are going. We got a pretty cool lineup today. I'm very excited to, what the heck is going on here?
I don't know.
We faded a little bit. Oh, there we are. Hang on, wait a minute. You see all this crazy stuff we got to do when we're doing a live show? All right, I'm going to make sure that we're plugged in so that my new computer that I have here is an HP, and I have a definite love-hate with this thing. It has a cord, obviously, if you want to plug it in and, you know, charge it up. But it is, it's temperamental, and if it's not plugged in a certain way, it doesn't charge the computer. So I have to make sure that everything is you know, working the way it's supposed to. So let's see, we got a YouTube channel going on here. Gonna
make sure you like, subscribe, and share, please.
We're pulling up Zombiepalooza Radio Live and seeing if in fact we are live. I hope so. Well, yes, we are. I see. Man, it's kind of weird seeing double me. I wish that on anybody. I'm going to turn my sound down on here and
well, better double you than double me.
Well, you know, zombies do travel in hordes. I mean, you know.
Yeah. That's what I said. It's better double you than double me. If you have double me, then there's trouble.
Yeah, there's definitely trouble. We have Dead Door William. How long have you been with us, Dead Door?
Oh, going on 3.5 years now.
Isn't that crazy?
My gosh. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's really bizarre. All right,
who would have thought when you lassoed me with that bacon?
Goodbye. Some of the people don't know actually the story of Dead Door William. We're going to, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to blog about it and get Crunchy and all the other gang involved because, you know, they're pretty much an integral part of this show as well. One of our staff, though, was recently hit with a car. Dead Door knows a little bit more about it than I do. I hear that a lady was driving, wasn't paying attention, and she clipped him on his leg.
Yep, made a turn and clipped him on his leg. Wasn't paying no attention. People, while you're out there, look both ways, at least twice. If it ain't motorcycles, it's pedestrians.
Right, and
if
of
it
course,
ain't pedestrians, it's zombies.
Yeah, or kids, or, you know, I mean, you know, you got to pay attention, especially since we're getting a little bit more towards it being warmer out now. Please pay attention for those who are using our roadways. You know, the kids on bicycles, or, you know, older people on bicycles, or the mopeds, or the motorcycles. Open your frickin' eyes and take a look around. I get some people.
Look if you have to.
You know, I got some people that are on the road, and it's like they think that they're the only ones on the road, and, you know, you're not.
No.
All right, so our lineup today is going to be pretty cool. We have a number of authors, and then we have a friend of mine that just recently taught a class in a publication house that's kind of close to my heart. First off, we have Jeff Brown. He is the creator of a book called A Stitch of Madness. That's this really cool book. Check that cover out.
I know, that is crazy awesome.
Doesn't that freaking like go, oh my God, what the heck is that? The creator of this particular cover, Lisa Vasquez, she's pretty cool. She not only does some amazing cover work and has been awarded for some of this work, she also is the CEO of a little company called Stitch Smile Publications. So, you know. They're currently, I know, looking for horror subscriptions, people to come in and, well, yeah, subscriptions, because they have a .com. We do have a newsletter and a magazine. Also, we are currently doing a shout out for those who might want to do submissions. So go over to www.stitchedpublications.com and put yours in today. You never know what's going to happen. All right, so second hour, we have the creator of a book called The Uninvited. It is written by Mike Evans. Third hour, we have a brand new person to Zombiepalooza Radio, Mark Allan Gunnells, and he is the creator of Companions in Ruin. He also studied English and psychology in college, so I'm looking forward to an interesting chat with you.
Oh, yeah.
Fourth hour, especially since he creates in horror, so I'm always interested in getting that little tidbit of information as to why they can jump into that pool and kind of swim around and have us all freak out. Speaking of freaking out, we have my friend. I love this guy. He has been with Zombiepalooza Radio, I do believe, for at least 3 years now. His name is David Youngquist. David Youngquist has his hands in many different projects. Also, my latest fun project with him was he taught a master class for SSU, that's Stitched Smile University, and he did pretty good. It was pretty cool. Stitched Smile University has a program for authors who are already a part of the system to be able to come in and learn how to do their craft better. And who doesn't want to be better, right?
We're always learning. If it ain't writing, your actors are always learning too. So yeah.
Absolutely. You know, and I have friends of mine that do podcasts, especially this one that I love called Armchair Podcast. Check it out. It's a pretty cool thing. All right. Speaking of pretty cool and amazing, this guy, he has, I don't know, he's broken the sound barrier on selling books, and he's very well sought after, and some people are trying to saw him off too because he does so well, but it's not that magic touch that he has. He has an ability to be able to just creep into the bottom of your spine and crawl his way up slowly. Kind of worse than a zombie. His name
Sounds
is,
like a good day for me.
He's his author name, well, his name is Tim W. Long. His latest creation, Impact Earth. So I'm really excited about that. Hey, also, you know what else I'm excited about? I'm excited about the activity we've been having, especially lately, on Zombiepalooza Radio Live. That's our YouTube channel. The YouTube channel has recently gotten a couple of requests for some shout outs. And so I'm going to do one right before we bring on our first guest. And then I'm going to do one sometime before we actually close out to make sure that they got to hear it twice. Very cool.
Awesome.
All right. So this is a shout out to Nate and Danny Pinchuk. And hey, thank you for saying that, you know, you listen to it on a regular basis and that you enjoy what you've been hearing. We would love to hear from you on our Facebook page. Dead Door, tell them what the Facebook page is.
Oh, Facebook.com. I think it's Zombiepalooza Dead Again.
No,
Yes.
where have you been?
What?
I changed it.
You changed it.
Changed it.
Oh my goodness.
You know why I changed it? You know why I changed it? I changed it to correlate with our YouTube name. That's a clue.
Ah. So it could be Zombiepalooza Radio Live?
Yes, on Facebook. Very cool. All right. We also have a Google+ page, and it's Zombiepalooza Radio Live on Google+.
On Google Plus. Google Plus. Yeah, you think my tongue is tied.
I know, right? And I haven't even started the interview, so I'm like in big trouble. All right, we have a couple of other shout outs I want to do. Joy Killar, you're awesome. Thank you for the amazing zombie attire. I got one of these. It's cool.
Cool.
It's one of those things, and you pull it all apart, and this is paracord, I believe. And you can do all kinds of really cool things with it. You can find this and many other things over at zombiefiend.com. That's ZOMBIEFIEND.com. So go over there and tell Joy Killar, yay! She also has an amazing Facebook page too. Love you. It's been around for almost 3 years too. Very, very excited to have her. And she also sent over a couple of cool shirts that my husband and we posted some pictures of, and just had a great time with that. We're going to probably post some more pictures and go other places. And we've got your bumper stickers. We're putting them on as many things as we could possibly find that are unique. All right, and something else unique. You know that Zombiepalooza Radio has a really big thing that we are against bullying of any type. That has to do with our veterans, obviously, and it also has to do with our very young people. You know, a lot of kids go to school, and on a daily basis, they're bullied by either children, other children, sometimes even teachers. I know how that really sounds just wretched, but it's the truth. And we have someone that I've known actually for about 2 years. They had this really cool book series. It's called Zombie Squirts, and they have a great .com. It's called zombiesquirts.com. So absolutely awesome. They sent me some cool stickers. I love it, and I have one on my new laptop. She writes, thank you so much for the opportunity to and supporting Zombie Squirts. Enjoy the stickers. I sure will. Thank you so much. And I believe her name is Alicia. And thank you. All right, it's been a while since I've talked with her in person, but check these stickers. Look at how quality these are. These are vinyl. And they're awesome.
Cool.
Aren't they cool as heck? They are. And see down in the bottom, I know it looks backwards, but it says the only anti-bullying zombie kids alive. It's very cool. Put it in a mirror if you can't see. Get a mirror and put it up against there, and you'll be able to read it.
It's coming out right.
Cool. All right. So yeah, it's Zombie Squirts. I'm just like so excited to see where this show is going, and I can't wait to be able to bring Zombie Squirts back onto the show. I know that she went through a little bit of changes, like we have. We've gone through 3 different places we've had this show on. I think we finally landed somewhere, and I think it's a good thing.
It's a very good thing. I think our anchors are down.
Pretty much. Tonight, we have a little bit of a special. Scott Pearson, he went to a very cool convention that he talked about a few weeks back. And one of the people that he met was someone that is extremely artistic and is interesting when it comes to being able to be very inventive and creative. His name is Kevin Ward, and some of you may or may not recognize the name from a little show called Face Off. And Kevin was on the 9th season. I think now they're taping for the 11th season, so it was about a season and a half ago. And he did some really, really great work over there. we are going to test him out as a co-host for special effects and bringing on more people from that kind of a background to give our show a little bit more of that well-rounded feel that we've kind of strayed away from for a while. Mostly now we're concentrating on our authors and our film directors, but I think that it would be a very nice and welcomed change. He's supposed to come around on our second hour, approximately 9 o'clock, because I know he's working on a project right now. So, you know, we're going to try and get him in there. I did send him a link, so also just let him know that, you know, hey, when you're available, stop on over and check out the water. All right, you ready?
Like always.
I'm gonna get a drink, and well, we won't say where I got this cup from.
Is that an A negative or a B positive?
I don't know. It was poured by one of my children, so I have no idea if they went into the good stuff or if I just got whatever I could reach.
Oh.
Yay.
A little OB negative.
Oh, I'm gonna have to have a little conversation with some of the kids before I do the show again. All right, we're gonna go over to get our first guest. Our first guest was Jeff Brown. Go ahead and click that button, please. We're gonna bring Jeff Brown over. Jeff Brown is the creator of A Stitch of Madness, and while he's coming down, I'm gonna go over and get his information that he sent in the Gmail. I should have had this.
I've seen a few movies.
You did? What movies did you see?
Let's see. I've seen Everest, which was a really good, based on true story about Mount Everest and some hikers. Yeah, really good. Real powerful. Pride, Prejudice, and Zombies. It is a must-see.
Oh my God, how was it? What did you?
It is a must-see. I give it 5 arms up out of 5.
You know what I don't have?
Uh-oh.
I don't have his email, so I don't know about that. And I don't have my Jeff Brown either. So, Jeff Brown, calling Jeff Brown, get your butt over here.
Please. Thank you.
No, please and thank you and all of that. And while Jeff is making his way over here, please like and share and subscribe and all of that other kind of fun stuff to do all that. I'm pretty sure we've had him on the YouTube side of things before. I don't know why I'm not seeing him. I do not like dead air. I am not amused.
I'm the only dead person around here, so I know it doesn't sound like it today, but I'm trying something a little new with the morph. So.
I think you're doing all right. At least you're able to get on and everything is going the way it's supposed to. We're waiting for you. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Oh, you are? You're there? Oh, you are there.
Yes.
I see. Oh, that's you're looking very mechanical today.
Yeah, I didn't use my camera because it has that built-in mic, and so I mean I can go ahead and plug the camera up if you'd like.
The camera's working.
Your camera is working.
That's interesting.
I see the back of your computer. I see you've got a yellow plug and a white plug and a black plug with some blue thing going on there. And I do believe it's the back of your computer.
I'm looking at my computer.
I don't think
back of the modem.
That's the back of the modem.
It could be the back of the modem. I've never had a back of a modem on the show before.
Well,
and speaking,
this is the first.
Wait a second. Hold on.
There you are.
Hey, here we are. It went ahead and set itself up on its own. Can you still hear me?
I can see you and hear you. You are looking less mechanical now.
Yeah, well, we'll try to keep it that way. I love your fangs, by the way.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right.
Scary.
Yeah,
that's the good thing about it. It's supposed to be scary. We like real vampires.
We like real zombies too.
It's like I'd rather stick with my zombies. I don't know what the hell you vampires are when you scare me.
Bad enough she lassoed me and stuck me here, but I'm having fun, so we'll go with it.
I'm feeding you.
Yes, you are.
I'm feeding you pretty good, especially lately with all those people and stuff. Never mind.
Yeah.
We're not supposed to talk about that. No, bad idea. All right, so Jeff Brown, I showed this book here. Wait a minute. Let me get me on the big screen. That's
an awesome book.
You know, I think I might know who wrote this, and and all of that, and your mind. He says vampires scare him. You scare me because I don't know where you guys go when you create stuff like that, but you sure did an amazing job when you created A Stitch of Madness. Let's talk about where am I going to go with you? Let's talk about the creative process there. What was your initial concept for Stitch of Madness? No, I don't want to go there. I know where I'm going to go. When you first got that hairy, tingly feeling at the back of your head that you were going to write a book that was so creepy you were afraid to write it, what was that first seed that said you are going to do this?
Well, really, I don't think it was creepy to the point of where I didn't want to write it. There are stories that I've written that have done that, and I've actually stopped writing stories because they were disturbing. But with A Stitch of Madness, I just liked the going down the rabbit hole, so to speak, and following where that rabbit was going and seeing how dark we could get it without being disgusting and without all the gratuitous blood, without all the real nasty violence. Because if you read it, it's more psychological than it is anything. The violence in it is psychological, how it starts and how the characters approach it. I love scaring the crap out of my characters, and seeing how far I can push my characters. And if that succeeds in tormenting my characters, then the reader is going to know. The reader is going to feel it. Does that make sense?
Exactly. Yes, absolutely. But that's your process, and so it's best to be able to have a very clear vision of where you're going to go and the process that you're going to take yourself through as you go along and start developing these characters, developing this world. I like to talk about world building, and in this kind of an aspect, it's not so much that you're creating a world, but that you are creating a texturized environment where we psychologically get pulled into it. The cover on here is very texturized. It's very, it's like it has some muted forms to it, but then it's got some brightness, and then it pulls you back in. I am interested in the concept of, I guess, malleability and this feeling of having a very monochromatic kind of view. And I want to know how you got it so that the reader could be pulled in right from the beginning and have this amazing experience.
That is being true to who I am. See, so many people, when they sit down to write, they try to be like everybody else. They try to be Stephen King, they try to be Dean Koontz, they try to be Clive Barker, whoever else you want to name. And a lot of times you can tell when they're trying to be somebody they're not. For me, when I sit down to write, and just take the opening story there, Catherine, as well. Essentially, when the main character starts talking about, look, this stuff happened. I had to make his voice sound real, without it sounding contrived, without it sounding fake. And to me, the most important part of any story is to make it feel as real as possible. Even if it's a science fiction or a fantasy or a zombie story, it doesn't matter. As long as it feels real. And I feel like that opening sentence with Johnny Cleary and just set the tone for it, and then the closing sentence at the end of the entire book ended it with the same tone. And every story I like to do that. Every single story, I like to make the characters as real as I can. And if you can make the characters real, you can make them relatable.
You have 3 separate stories that are within this small anthology. And what I am interested in is giving me 3 words to describe, because you've written 3, each one of these stories as best you can.
So
Ready?
You want 3 words for each story, or just 3 words total? Okay.
3 words. Give me a second. All right. So, Catherine's well.
Love gone nuts. And the reason I say that is because of Catherine, the woman. If she doesn't die, there's no story. Does that make sense?
Yes. All right. I want you to move your camera a little bit. Does it need to? Yeah. Because I want to see your face, not your.
My forehead.
From here down. We got you from here down. I'm like, okay, that's a nice nose.
I got enough forehead for both of us.
I know. And usually.
And yours is apparently bleeding.
It is.
Yes, it's
but
bleeding bad.
We'll stitch
Not
them
my
back
blood.
together
later. And there's a character in there who can do that.
Absolutely, and we have Stitches.
Stitches is my favorite. Let's see, how do I come up with the 3 words for that? Let's see. Disturbed, abused, and childhood. Because Irene is massively disturbed because she was violently abused and in context raped by several men thanks to her mom. So disturbed, abused, childhood.
Thank you. And the last one, a sickly sweet scent.
Oh, that's simple. I hate grapes.
Tell me a story about the grapes. I've heard it, but tell them.
I hate grapes, and that's where the story came from. Is because I hate grapes. The main, not the main character, but Luke, the demon in this one, the devil, so to speak. He's eating grapes when he meets the main character, Robert, and I just hate the smell of grapes. I hate anything related to grapes, and that's where this story came from. So that's simple. I hate grapes.
All right. I don't. A couple of things I really. Papaya. It tastes like turpentine to me. I'm like, how would anybody eat this? And they're like, hey, yum, this is really good. I'm like, you can have all the papaya you want. I'll take my, I don't know, peaches, oranges, or whatever. All right. So you have written this as a psychological kind of thriller here. We are going to be talking about 3 states of madness. What's the first state of madness?
Oh man, I can't even remember. all those were definitions pulled out of the dictionary, because there were actually three definitions in the dictionary, which I thought was so awesome when I put it together. And sadly, I can't remember any of them.
I'm gonna give you a little lifesaver thingy over here. It's gonna be green. Do you like green?
Green's okay. Green's okay.
All right. So, the first form of madness, extremely foolish behavior.
Yes. I know quite a few people like that too. I have family members that are that way. Extremely foolish behavior you get everywhere. I mean, I think our world is stuck in that mode of extremely foolish behavior. If you look at our politics right now, you see a lot of foolish behavior going on. You look at everything that's going on in the world, and you see essentially this type of madness everywhere. It's just with the story with Catherine as well. The behavior isn't necessarily he's foolish in how he's responding. He's foolish in how he's telling his tale, because he's trying to deceive you. And if you're paying attention to the very last paragraph, he's like, well, am I telling the truth or am I lying? Yeah, I'll let you figure it out. And it's a very foolish way to go about it.
All right, the second state of madness, the state of being mentally ill, especially severely.
Yeah, and this is Irene all the way. And
yes.
This is Irene, and that story to me was so fun to write, because, and unfortunately, I had to give her an abusive mom. I had to give her these boyfriends of her mom that essentially her mom's essentially selling her into prostitution. So it's a form of rape for her. And I also had to crack her mind enough to where she believed that doll was talking to her, and that the only real thing that kind of was her saving grace was stitching things together. And in the end, it turns out she's stitching herself together, and that's just kind of like, she's trying to essentially put her psyche back together. And when you're stitching things, you're when you're lack of a better term, damming things like they do with socks and things like that.
Right.
That's what she was doing. She was really trying to put herself back together, and she's probably of the three, she's probably the craziest in the bunch.
All right. So the last state of madness, a state of frenzied or chaotic activity.
Well, this is, when you look at the beginning of A Sickly Sweet Scent, Robert Wallinger is not, he's not crazy, he's not mad, he's not he's a normal person. But when he starts having to face a past, seeing a lynching of a little boy who was killed because of something he had done, and then the devil essentially was like, hey man, you realize I know what you did. And he steadily goes downhill, quicker and quicker and quicker, and then he gets to Hal's house, and Hal and his wife are dead, and there's the old lady is there, and there's the son, and he just snaps. Everything just kind of breaks, and everything after that is very frenzied, very chaotic. The way he runs away, the way he goes down into his cellar in his own house, and he's like lost the door, barricades. He's like, oh my God, I can smell the smell of grapes, and I love the way he went from a farmer who's everybody's everybody's friend, so forth, to lost his mind at the end of the book.
All right. The book itself is published by who?
Stitch Smile Publications. I love those people.
Why? What's so good about that? I hear so much about this. What's so good about this?
Let me. I've dealt with a lot of publishing companies in the last 10 or 12 years. There have been some good ones. There have been some really bad ones. But Lisa Vasquez, who owns Stitch Smile Publications, she is really trying. She is blessed investing her tail in to make sure that the writers are taken care of. That is the most important thing for her. Is, look, it's great to have a publishing company, but I want to do this for the writers. I want to give the writers an actual voice. I want to give them a say in their work. I want to give them good royalties. I want to give them, if they're willing to work, I'm willing to work with them. And that's awesome.
Cool. Yeah, it is very awesome. All right, big shout out to Lisa Vasquez and Stitched Smile Publications. We're going to go over to Dead Door, and he's going to ask his first question. Go ahead, Dead Door.
Oh, let me think here. How much research did you do?
For which ones? Catherine's Well is actually the area that Catherine's Well is based on is an area just outside of Sumter, South Carolina. And we had visited that area long time ago when I actually first wrote the story. And the well itself was from a place in Newberry, and the story just kind of came together that way. And as far as in stitches, I had no clue about sewing. So I had to look up a little bit about threads and a little bit about needles and a little bit about stuff. And unfortunately, I actually have a lot of several friends who do this. So I was able to talk to them and find out, okay, what type of materials would tear if you do this? If you pull the string too much, would it tear this? And then, of course, when I said, I need to know about skin, the reactions were very interesting. And as far as the last one, I winged the entire story. I used the dirt road is actually the dirt road that used to be my grandpa's street, and the old house that Hal and his wife were killed in, and where Robert loses his mind, was actually my based on my grandpa's old house. And of course, grapes, I hate them, so I don't need to do much research on grapes.
Go.
Oh goodness. Let's see. Do you write every day?
I do. I write and read every day. The most two important things: read and write, and that is a truth. If you are not if you are not well read, you're not going to be a good writer. And I do every day.
When you do write, do you outline or do you plot?
For the most part, neither. I am a seat of the pants person unless I have to do research, and then I'll make notes in a notepad, and then I'll refer back to the notes when I'm writing. But for the most part, I'll sit down with an idea and I'll just start typing. If I get to a point where I don't know and I need to do research, I'll make a note in the story and say, research this. And I'll keep writing and then go back and research, and then I'll fix it. But I don't do very many outlines.
So, Jackie, is that what you call pantsing?
That is pantsing.
Every time she says that, I'm afraid somebody's going to rip my pants down, and that's just not very good.
Well, you are a zombie, so
yeah.
I mean,
I'm trying to, yeah. Out of all of this writing, what is the hardest thing about it?
The hardest thing about writing is actually not the writing part; it's the marketing part. Writing, to me, I've developed a very strong confidence in my abilities, and so the writing part is actually fairly easy now. The marketing part is difficult because you have to find that right niche. You have to find that right marketing tool that will draw people in, and it is really, really hard.
Amazon and Facebook and other social medias certainly do not make it easy for our creatives to be able to get their work out. So especially within the last 6 months, it's extremely important to be able to have the ability to find different venues where you can get out there. A lot of times what people find, though, is that it's word of mouth that really helps to be able to push the work, whether it be on some social media piece or even if it's in your own backyard, right?
Absolutely. I've been saying for years, no offense meant to any man watching this, but I've said for years, women make books. Because women talk about it. Men will read a good book and they'll set it down and whatever. A woman reads a book and they like it. It's like, hey, you need to read this. And that word of mouth from women goes so much further than most social media and really anything else that you can do. And that is massive. And it's women, it's females that are doing this, and they've been doing it for years and years and years with writers, and I think that is awesome. Women really do have the power to make or break an author, and it's all word of mouth.
Pretty much. All right, so we're going to shove you back into that creative process again. You ready?
Absolutely.
All right, so when you're creating, no matter what it is there a conscious effort to follow writerly advice like show, don't tell, ditch the adverbs, get into the head of the single point of view and kind of stay there, or limit the use of, say, dialogue tags?
I do pretty much all of that, but a lot of what I do is the one thing I try to do more than anything is to write conversationally, to write kind of like a talk. If you can get into the flow of a story, adverbs aren't so bad, extra adjectives aren't so bad, but you've got to draw the reader in before you start breaking all the rules. I do limit my dialogue tags just because they don't look good. Once you've established the order of the dialogue, you don't need the tags. I mean, that's
right.
It's not necessary. I do like to stay in a single point of view, because to me that's where when the reader first starts reading the book or the story, that's the point of view they're in. And if you take them out of that point of view and put them in somebody else's head, you're losing them, and you're losing them from a character. You want to try to keep them in the same character. It's fine if you're writing a 3,000-page epic, but if you're
right.
writing a 350-page novel or whatever, it's always, I try to stay in a single point of view. But I treat my dialogue very. I treat it, as it once told me, I believe it was C.J. Hurt who told me this. Dialogue to a story is like oxygen to a person. If you have oxygen, you continue living. You don't have oxygen, you die. So if you have good dialogue, you're going to have a good book. You have bad dialogue, it's going to suck. And so
it's very difficult. It's kind of sort of like when I do a radio show and I'm doing an interview, and if I only have a couple of questions that the person is familiar with, the rest of the interview isn't going to be too good. It's going to kind of like feather out and go someplace else. Happens.
Yeah, but the part of being a writer, and if you're going to do a live interview, and here's the thing, if you're going to do a live interview like you and I are doing now, you have to adapt. You have to adapt to the questions. I mean, you may not know all the answers right away. I mean, just now you asked me the 3 forms of madness, and I couldn't tell you what they were right off the top of my head, but we adjusted. That's what you have to do. You have to adjust, and you have to be willing to go with it.
It's the same thing like the malleability of a person's mind when they first get into this particular situation and they're starting to lose it. They kind of like, and maybe at first they're starting to check themselves, but then after a while it's kind of like, hey, I think I like what that sound is saying, and I'm going to go towards that. And then after a while they start swimming all up just only in that environment. And I know I've never asked you this, so this is going to be good. Allowing yourself to be immersed in the psychologically disturbed for you as a transition from being mostly steady to, okay, I just went off into the ether. What was that process like for you as a person?
If I get into a really good flow, it's a really nice feeling. It's a really smooth feeling, and then I don't want to walk away from it. Because once you get into the character, like when I got into Jonathan Cleary, that sort of craziness that he had was fun to be in. You know, the Irene was kind of scary. I didn't like being in Irene's head. She made me very uncomfortable. But Robert, I actually wanted to kill Robert in the story. I just chose not to. But really, the concept when you're going in and you're writing darker stuff, it's not hard to put yourself there, but sometimes it's hard to come out and just.
Yes.
Sometimes I have to just sit back, relax, wait a few minutes, maybe put because I listen to a lot of heavy metal when I'm writing, and so then it's like, okay, maybe I should put some Journey on or some Billy Joel or something a little calmer to pull myself out of that dark feel. But it's really kind of fun, to be honest with you.
We got a couple of other books that I want to make sure that people know that you are a part of. There is another called Corey's Way. Give me 5 words to describe Corey's Way.
Keeping a promise to someone. Keeping a promise to someone. That's the entire basis of the story.
Thank you for that. All right, we have our next book called Along the Splintered Path.
Yes, that was great. That was a fun story. Foobar. That's just the best way.
And that's 5 words, and if you
that's 5 words.
don't know what
Yes.
that means, then we got to do a little bit of research on that one. That's F-U-B-A-R.
Yes, it is.
Foobar. Oh yeah, I get that. Then the next one is Southern Bones, and there's a little tiny underpin of it too.
Southern Bones. Let's see. 5 words to describe Southern Bones. Let's see. First crack at going solo.
Okay.
That was the first book I did alone without any help. I wanted to see if I could do it. I wanted to see if I could self-publish. So first crack at going alone.
And then the other one is Necro something. Give me out help here.
That's R. Scott McCoy's Necrotic Tissue. That's R. Scott McCoy's former magazine. I love that magazine. And unfortunately, it's no longer around. I would say, if I'm going to say 5 words, first pro sale. My first pro sale. I can come up with 4 words for that one. Then my first pro sale came in that book, and that's why that was so special to me.
That's very cool. I love the transition that you've gone through up until the point where you are right now. What is next for you?
Dredging Up Memories, which Dead Door will like because it's a zombie story. And that one's coming out through Stitch Smile Publication. Then there's also From the Shadows, another short story collection, which is slated to come out in late April. And I'm not sure from there. I'm hoping for 2 or 3 more books this year. But Dredging Up Memories, I'm really excited about because it's a zombie story, but it's not about zombies at all. And it has lots of zombies in it, but it's really about the emotions and I just torture poor Hank Walker throughout the entire book, and I'm surprised that by the end of it, if he were real, he'd probably try to kill me because I just put him through crap. But it was great. It was just the mental and psychological and emotional pull of that story is phenomenal.
Very cool. All right, so we mentioned Dead Door. So Dead Door, you're on deck. Go ahead. I wonder if did you not come back yet?
Well, you know he's a zombie, so he's moving slow.
All right, no, he's got another personal situation going on, so I am going to go into my next question with you. Let's see here. What films have influenced your writing career?
Honestly, none. I don't watch very many movies. Music more influences me than films. Not really very. I wouldn't say any film has actually influenced me. Now, if you want to talk about the music, we could talk music all day long.
I think we're going to go into characters.
Okay.
All right. So character development. I need you to tell me what 3 things must be in any character which you bring to any of your works.
They must be real, not some contrived supermodel or hunky millionaire stud. You know, they need to be real people. Most importantly, they need to be real people. They need to have real faults, just like Johnny Cleary in Catherine's Well. He was a normal, everyday. He was a truck driver, and his faults were, well, he's killed somebody. I mean, that's a pretty big fault. They have to have real faults. They also, to me, when I create a character, I have to be able to connect that character to the reader. And if the only way to do that is to essentially put a little bit of me into them. And so they have to have a little bit of me in every one of my characters, which is kind of terrifying.
When you went and created A Stitch of Madness, and I know that there are 3 sections to this book that are standalone, but the whole concept all blends very well together. What was the process for you when you created your first paragraph within Catherine's Well?
The first paragraph, and it's funny that you bring that up, and we just talked briefly on music, is the actual idea came from Uncle Tom's Cabin, which is a song by Warrant. And the first time I heard Uncle Tom's Cabin, I was like, man, that could be a really cool story. And I started thinking about what would happen if this woman got killed, stuffed in the well, and so forth. And I'm like, why not just make it dude's in prison, he's about to confess. So that first paragraph was all about him starting his confessional, and it essentially came from a song. The whole idea came from a song.
All right. Do you have the book or your manuscript in front of you?
I actually do not, but I can bring it up real quick.
All right. So moving the process along, your first line of this particular piece is very interesting. I talk a lot about, or used to talk, I should say, a lot about the first paragraph being extremely important. We have had that particular discussion, but
yes, we have.
What I'm interested in now, especially as of late, is that first line that goes into that first section and its intent on what you're going to do, why you're going to do it, and why the reader should give a damn. So what I would like you to do is I would like you to read your first line of Catherine's Well, and then we will discuss those 3 points.
Okay, it's coming up. Give me 1 second or 3. Unfortunately, Word is taking forever all of a sudden.
Of course.
It always does, and you'd think I'd actually have the book right here with me, but okay. Okay, first line, which
Yes.
is really cool. All right, you ready?
I
Here we go.
am.
The first line from Catherine's Well. There are things in life you wish to forget, or at the very least, push to the back of your mind so the memories only surface every once in a while.
Talk about the depth of that line, the mutability of that line, and how you are able to pull the reader right into it.
Well, the important thing about that sentence is the actual first sentence is it tells you, it's foreshadowing the entire story. You want to push memories to the back of your mind. If you think about it, every single person has things they want to forget. They can't, unfortunately, unless they have amnesia, and that's a bad thing anyway. But the important part of that first sentence was like, hey, look, this is you. Everybody has felt this way at some time or another. And that's relatability. And if you can relate to the reader, you automatically hook them, and that first sentence is supposed to do that. That first sentence is like, I'm going to relate to you, but I'm also telling you that if you keep reading, you're going to find out exactly where I'm going with that first sentence.
Often I hear characters say that they create themselves. Is this true for you, or was there some kind of, draconian method of taking pieces parts and putting them together?
Writers are a little crazy, and a lot of times the characters do whisper to you. A lot of times the characters will be like, hey, I want to go in this direction. And I've found that whenever I feel like I'm taking control of the story, it's going to suck. So I pretty much like, hey, look, if you want to tell the story, I'll just write it. And so I do let characters essentially move the story along, if that makes sense.
Do any of your characters, I don't know, either before you start to create with using them or while in the process of doing that, break the veil and talk to you?
Oh, yeah.
Writer. Just the writer.
Now, say that again?
You just, like you, as I'm sitting here talking with you. Hey, I need to have a conversation with you because blah, 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 this, that, and the other.
Yeah, and funny thing is, I'll actually have those conversations out loud with the character. Hank Walker, and y'all haven't read about Hank yet, but he's in Dredging Up Memories. Hank Walker did that to me a lot. I mean, I pissed him off a lot. But I would have, hey, what's the best way to go with this? And it would really be Hank would say, I don't like this, let's go this way. And I actually do that a lot with a lot of my characters. But Hank Walker is the one who did it a lot. And we really, between me and that character, and like I said, writers are just a little nuts. Yeah, I've had a lot of conversations with Hank.
What have you learned about yourself over the years of your creative process up until now?
Quitting is never an option. There were 3 separate instances in the last 12 years where I thought about stopping, quitting. I didn't want to write anymore. Felt like I wasn't getting anywhere. And I learned that, quitting's not an option. If I really want it, I have to chase it. And this is like my dream. And I'd never, other than my wife, I've never chased anything so hard.
All right, we're at that point now where it's 8:54 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I'm going to ask you some questions. Fancy that?
Yeah.
All right, so these questions, I want you to not think about them. I want you to say the first thing that comes to your mind.
Okay.
All right.
I've been known not to think, so.
I hope we don't have a lot of dead air. So, here we go. All right. What is your favorite word?
Awesome.
What is your least favorite word?
I can't say it.
Can you
GD.
give me? Oh,
Paraphrase.
oh yeah. Paraphrase. Yeah, he did very good there. All right. What is all right? What turns you on creatively?
Music.
What turns you off?
People talking in the background when I'm writing.
What
It just stops
sound?
everything. Go ahead.
What sound or noise do you love?
My wife's laughter.
What sound or noise do you hate?
When people are whining, I don't like whining.
What profession, other than the one you currently do, would you most like to attempt?
Basketball. I always wanted to be a basketball player.
What profession would you not like to do?
President of the United States of America. I know that sounds crazy, but this place is, it's just too much. I love my country. I could not rule it.
Probably
That
do a
takes a
better
special.
job.
Well, it probably would, but that takes a special kind of crazy.
Yes, I'm not there yet.
But you're getting close.
I might be.
Oh yeah. All right. And the last question. If heaven exists, what would you like them to say to you when you get there?
Good job. Well done, faithful servant.
All right. Now, I want to know what are your social media links and all that fun stuff so we can find you and your work.
Okay. You can find me on Amazon. AJ Brown is my Amazon page. On Twitter is AJ Brown 36. Now my personal Facebook page is also AJ Brown 36. My writer's page is under type AJ Negative on Facebook. And I do have a blog that's type AJ Negative, which I really love. It's a lot of fun. You can also find me sometimes posting on Stitch Smile Publications blog. Not as often as I'd like to yet, but it's going to get there. But you can find me there as well.
Dead Door, would you like to ask your final question, please?
No, I'm brain dead right now. Yeah.
All right.
I'm so
Okay.
sorry.
All right. No, don't worry about that. I know you got some important
Issues right now. Yeah.
things on your mind there. Yeah. All right. So, John Rubicki, he's a poet, and he said that when he was creating, for him the process was lunging at madness. What is it like? What is that creative process for you?
I think he's right. I think a lot of it really is lunging at madness because unless, and I don't know, like I said, I've rarely ever plotted out or outlined it, so a lot of it is just, running full force into a wall. It's just like, let me hit this wall as hard as I can and see if I can go through it. And if I can get through it, the story's going to be awesome.
All right, my next guest is Mike Evans, and I don't see him anywhere around, so I'm hoping that he is around and is able to come in. This is going to be an interesting night. All right, let's see. When you are writing, what is something that you absolutely have to have with you no matter what?
Music. I write to music. It doesn't have to have lyrics or anything, but I write to music. I throw the beats on, and that if I don't have music, I have the hardest time writing.
What's your favorite music?
Metallica. I love Metallica. I also like Disturbed. I listen to a lot of the heavy metal when I'm writing.
All right, and if I were to ask you what is one piece of advice for a novice writer? What would you give that person?
Be true to yourself. Don't try to be like anybody else. Just be true to yourself. If you are true to yourself, you may have to work really hard, but you will be very happy and satisfied with what you do.
All right, we have been talking with Jeff Brown, who is currently the author of A Stitch of Madness, and will always be the writer of The Stitch of Madness, but that's the current book that he's talking with, and you can find that over at Stitch Smile Publications. Thank you so much for being on Zombiepalooza Radio. We appreciate your time. Good to have you back. Go ahead, Dead Door, and say your final goodbyes, please.
I think you stepped back out.
I think I'm going to say bye for him. We'll see you later.
Take care, Jackie.
Thank you. Go ahead and click on the red phone right there, and we'll get moving on with the next part.
All right. Take care, Jackie.
Bye. All right. Currently, we have with us Kevin Ward, and yeah, pretty cool. I'm going to put you up on the big screen. Give me a second to do that. Oh, there you are. Hey.
Hi. How you doing? Good.
All right, good. Okay, so you need to tell us a little bit about your background and give us an insight of who Kevin Ward is. Go.
Okay, well, currently I am an effects artist, and I focus on a whole myriad of things. I do set design, I do props, I do theming, I do makeup, of course. I've done some animatronic work. My big love is film, really, so I've been getting into a lot of writing, and I like acting, I like performing, so I like just the whole entertainment sphere in general. I started off in theater as a child. I acted in haunted houses, so I'm in the indie scene now, and really what I want to do is just, create just new worlds. I grew up loving fantasy. I feel like entertainment is such an escapism, and that's really what I want to be a part of. So I feel like all these like subgroups of art that I'm into all fall under that. So I'm working on a web series right now. It's called Bored as Hell, and it's about Satan, who is retired from hell because he doesn't want to do it anymore. So he's living on Earth now, and he has a very hard time assimilating. Mainly because he's old school. He lives by old biblical law and doesn't understand the modern day ways things have moved. But what's so fun about that is I like being a social commentator on things, and I love weird, bizarre creations. So I feel like this web series coming up is going to be what just really showcases like what I'm about.
We are going to be very interested in watching that unfold on the staff of Zombiepalooza Radio. This is your trial run to see if you like being a part of Zombiepalooza Radio Live and giving you a little bit of getting your feet wet. We are going to be bringing on our second guest in about 2 minutes, and that would be Mike Evans, who is the author of The Uninvited, and it's a horror genre. Do you think you're going to like dabbling your feet in this as well?
Horror genre? Yes, I am.
Oh, good. All right. A couple of little tidbits about Kevin Ward that he really didn't go into very much, and not exactly the primary reason why he's here, but it did play a good piece. You were on the show Face Off on the 9th season. Talk about a little bit, give us a little bit of an idea of what that was like for you.
Well, I'll go back a little further. What's interesting about it is Season 1 came on during my seminal days of effects. I was just learning how to make a mold, how to cast an appliance, and the show came on Sci-Fi, and I was looking around the shop. I thought, hey, I recognize that. That's UltraCal back there. Or they're using foam latex. I know what they're doing. And I think just seeing a show like Face Off come on television made me even more excited to pursue it, because I got to thinking that this show is creating like this awareness in this field that has kind of become forgotten because you don't get to see a lot of it as a viewer. And this show is like bringing it to the viewer, saying, hey, you like all those cool creatures, this is how it's done. And these are just regular people doing it. They're regular people that have a dream. They're not like in the industry necessarily. So I thought, you know, if they're doing that, maybe I could do it one day. So I did apply for season 3. I didn't make it on. But I was encouraged to keep applying, and I hadn't for so long because I was pursuing film work of my own, and I was getting so busy. Whenever there's a deadline, I just decided to forego it. And when season 9 came around, I thought, you know, it's time to take this plunge. I feel like I have honed in on a lot of my skills by now, and I probably stand a better chance. And I did get on to season 9, and it was interesting because it was high stress, obviously, because you have time constraints. But then again, there are certain things that were so beneficial and conducive to my creative process, because really I was there to just focus on something. You know, when I try to create work at home, I either have a 9-to-5 job or I have social distractions. I either have to like run to the store to get more materials. On Face Off, I didn't have to. It's like you're there to focus on this. Whatever you need is right there. So it was an amazing creative exercise. The stress I got used to, it was actually the anxiety that was very hard, because there are so many waiting periods. There's so much downtime, especially before you go into the lab. Before you go into the last looks, I hate last looks. I mean, your heart is heavy in your chest, and then they thrust you in there, and you got an hour to finish, and then it's a lot of waiting while you're going through the motions of having your work judged. When everything's all out on the reveal stage, it's not fast. It's edited fast, but it's not fast. There's a lot of emotions going on. You don't want to be the one going home, so you're kind of in despair. You know, you want someone else to go home, someone in this little tight family you just created, because you have nobody else. So it's like you feel a sense of betrayal because someone goes home, you're sad for them, but you're glad it's not you. And it's just weird, and you're exhausted by the end of day 3. I mean, you have optimism when the judges like your work. You're down on yourself when they don't like it. I mean, every emotion you can experience, you are put through very rapidly. So it's quite an emotional exercise.
How long did you have an interest in special effects before you actually decided to apply for this particular event?
Since childhood, honestly. I remember loving the show Mrs. Doubtfire, and I was pretty young when that came out, and I just thought it was cool that there is a technique where you can just transform a person. I always thought it was really amazing, and I loved all the Nutty Professor movies, especially because, again, this goes back to just the love of being an entertainer. You know, Eddie Murphy is so talented as a performer, but then he was transformed in all these different family members. And I thought that's so cool that people can do that. I love Tim Burton, a lot of his films. Really, I guess I've always had an interest in it because the special features of a film always intrigue me. And oftentimes, seeing that would give me a greater appreciation of the film itself, because I would see the hardship it takes to create some kind of illusion, to make a creature really come to life. And I always thought it'd be cool to get into it. I don't know if I really pictured myself there when I was young. I pictured myself being an entertainer in some fashion, but I wasn't sure how it happened. So it's been amazing.
What is your favorite medium to work with?
You know, I like sculpting a lot, and that's clay. If we're getting really specific, I like wet clay, which is water-based. If it comes to 2D art, I used to love fine art painting. I used to do that a lot. I haven't done it too much, but I guess that's my claim to fame is special effects. I'll just kind of stick to that. I like sculpting. I like using clay as my medium. As far as appliances go, foam latex. It's often what I use. You can glue different things onto a face. You can use silicones, gelatins. What I like about foam latex is it's lightweight, it's porous, it's breathable, it's easy to paint. So it's typically what I go to.
All right. What is one form of medium that you started to work with and you were like, oh my God, this is just not going to work, and then you found out a little while later it did what you wanted it to do?
Foam latex. I hate it. It's a very hard material to use. It's hard for a lot of reasons. For one thing, it comes in 4 parts, and you don't mix 4 equal parts. You have a base, then you have a foaming agent, a curing agent, a gelling agent. They're all rationed very differently, so you have to measure precisely. You have to mix them, but you have to be careful because there's a certain amount of time you mix on high, there's a certain amount of time you mix on low, then there's a certain amount of time you mix the gelling into it, then you have a very specific time window to pour it into your mold, and if your mold is wet, it won't set up. If your mold has some contamination for any other reason, it might not set up. If your oven doesn't get hot enough, it won't set up. If you don't bake it long enough, it won't set up. If one of your ingredients is old, it won't set up. You name it. There's so many things that can go wrong that it sucks. If you want to use foam latex, just plan on wasting a lot of it because you're in for a learning experience. Once you figure it out, you'll start to like it better.
Okay, you, my dear friend Kevin Ward, are in for your own personal learning experience as we test you out as a co-host for Zombiepalooza Radio. So I'm going to be going in and bringing on our guest for this hour. His name is Mike Evans, and I'm going to put you on the lower screen, and I'm going to go ahead and put Mike up on the big screen. Hi, Mike.
Hi, Jackie. Sorry about the technical difficulty.
Oh, no, don't talk about any of that. It's you know, it's a learning curve, right? All right. Hi.
Come here. Say hi real quick. Wave. Come here. This is Lillian.
Well, how are you, Lillian?
How are you?
I know it's kind of weird.
All right. Say good night. Night-night. All right.
Night-night.
Bye, babe.
All right. All good. All cool. All right. So before we go anywhere, I need to get my staff to say their hellos, and I will start with Deaddoor William.
Oh, yes, I'm here finally. Hey, Mike, and hey, Kevin. Welcome to the show, guys.
Right.
Thank you, Deaddoor.
All right. And, of course, Kevin, go ahead and say hello to Mike.
Hello, Mike. Kevin here.
Hi, Kevin.
How you doing?
All right.
Good.
Your book that we are going to be talking a lot about is called The Uninvited. And so please, for those who have not met you yet on Zombiepalooza Radio, talk to us about a little bit about the genre you prefer to write in, and then we're going to go over to The Uninvited.
A lot of the times I write in horror, pretty much. Zombies is usually what pretty much everybody knows me for with the Orphan series. I don't know why I did it. It's probably trying to push insanity on myself, but I've been doing a book a month for 5 months now, I think. Yeah. And I finally had gotten a break in my schedule, and I wanted to put out a psychological horror book, so I put out The Uninvited. And it's not like anything else I've ever done, and it's a pretty good compliment from a lot of my readers, just the dark stuff and, you know, the scary books and things that give you nightmares, and most of them have been going to sleep with their lights on, which is nice, and their husbands have been laughing at them, or wives in that case. So I've been giving my mom, Diane, warnings for about 2 months now. It's like, it keeps doing good on Amazon. I was like, don't read it, please. She's, you know, sweet little old mom. It's like, do not old, of course, but like, don't read that book. So far, I don't think she has, thank God.
Some authors prefer to not write in this particular kind of genre because they say that there is some kind of a psychological deviant that has to be sparked within the creative to be able to make the kind of product that you make. What would you say about that?
I think it just depends on the writer. I can get in just about any mindset for any book. I don't have to be a serial killer, you know, to be able to write The Uninvited, which is good for my wife. So Yeah, it is. So, or if I am, I haven't gotten caught. So, just kidding. But no, I don't know. It's pretty easy for me. The way that I look at it is you figure out what you want to write, and you have a general idea what you want to do, and then you just start going at it. And I mean, it always mutates as you go further into the book. Anyway, any book I've started is never what I want it to be when it ends, and that's a compliment to the book. Because if it's what I want, then the story never took itself away from me and took control of everything. So, which I'm totally cool with. So the characters want to write the book, that's fine with me.
Absolutely, and we're going to discuss that too. I like to also talk about reviews that have been for works that people do, and there is one by Joan M. Spielman. She says
John,
dark.
Yeah.
Or I mean, sorry, John.
No, you're fine. He'll love being on this show. That's funny.
Joan, oh my God, I'm
You're all right. All right, I knew exactly who you were talking about when you said it. He runs my fan club, so.
All right, I'm sorry, John. You wrote a review on February 22nd, 2016, and your review goes as such: dark, scary, and very twisted. If horror, gore, a serial killer, and mass killings is your thing, then absolutely do not miss this book. Another great book from author Mike Evans. This story will keep you on edge of your seat, turning pages until you lock your doors. Excellent plot twist, and about the time you think you figured something out, you're wrong.
Yeah, pretty much.
That sounds like a wonderful kaleidoscope that you have created here for people to be able to have an enjoyable, fearful event by reading The Uninvited.
Yeah. I used to watch a lot of, well, not used to, still watch a lot of Friday the 13th. I love the slasher movies, but it's always predictable. You know what's going to happen. Kevin Bacon's going to get it through the chest. The guy's going to die. But with The Uninvited, I don't know how to. I wish I could explain it. It's very smart for a slasher book, and just like John had said in the review, it's every time you're like, oh, I know what's going to happen. You don't. There's another plot twist or another change, and I mean, I'll happily break somebody's heart with every book. So I mean, you never know who's going to survive or who's going to make it. So.
When you create in horror, there is a beautiful psychological line that's ever so fine when you're walking through it as you're creating the pieces, the environment, the characters. What is it for you when you first start working on a piece and you know that things are starting to come together? How do you know it's the right time to start writing?
Usually it's when I can't get it out of my head. I carry a notebook with me everywhere, and I've got like probably of different books that I want to write at some point, and it's usually the one that I don't have written down, and it's 99% of the time I'm listening to music and I've got 100-yard stare as I'm driving down the road, and it's like this story just won't get out of my head, and usually that's the one that I'm going to write next, because my friend Christy, I've told her like probably 50 times this year what book I'm going to write next and what I'm going to do for next project, and it just keeps changing. So it's pretty much whoever can't get out of my head usually wins. So like right now, Orphans 5 is going to be the winner for the next book. So which was supposed to be The Uninvited 2, which is totally ready to go. It's just Orphans. If it hits me, I don't know. I just start writing it. So.
In a film, the musical score is what causes the pacing, more or less. It gives you, the person who is watching it, a sense of timing and pace and maybe some clues as to what is going to happen within the next scene. For you, how do you go about making sure that the pacing is correct for the type of genre you're writing in?
It really just depends on the story. Like with Orphan's Origins, people had said they'd never read a zombie book that had such like detail to the characters and getting to know people. And then there's other books like, I mean, The Orphans was like 100,000 and 103,000 words, or I don't know, 100,000 words. It was a pretty legit length book, and as soon as I finished that, I knew that I wanted to write something that was really fast paced and just pretty much was going to keep you in your seat the whole time. And that was Gabriel, a guy's killer for hire, cutting people's heads off if they don't pay him. Very bad guy to mess with. So he had certain rules that you don't break, and if you broke them, it was a pretty high octane ride. So it really just depends on the book. I mean, the Uninvited starts off pretty quick. The lady Christie that I mentioned earlier, as soon as I told her I wanted to write the book, she said that she wanted to be a character. So I tortured the hell out of her and her husband right off the bat in the book. So that was a good time, and she could have been happier. So I don't typically put people in the books that make me angry. I typically put my friends in the books and kill them. So most of them like it. So some of my friends aren't horror fans. So I'll be, there's a guy named Nick in the book who's a really big main character. That's my neighbor, and I mentioned to him over supper one night. I was like, yeah, so I'm gonna probably kill you in my next book. So just be warned if you read it. You see a Nick in there, it's you. So
all right,
it's a good time.
I am going to give you a question, and I want you to really think really well about what you're going to say, because then I'm going to go in a different direction, and I want to see what we can do with it, okay?
Sure.
You ready? All right.
I hope so.
So what I want you to do is describe your main character in The Uninvited in 5 words.
I'm thinking of the 5 words. How about gruesome, scary, unforgiving, creepy, I don't know, hider.
Okay, give me a
Can't think of a better
second.
word
Hang
for
on. I'm writing this down.
Sure. Me too.
Gruesome, scary, unforgiving.
Creepy. And how about sneaky? It's better than hider. I don't think hider's a word.
All right.
It is now.
I got that
now,
copyrighted.
we're going to go hashtag hider. All right, so our first hashtag of the night. All right, Kevin. This is going to be for you. And I'm going to put you up on the big screen, and for a hot minute, I'm going to put Mike on the lower screen. All right, you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
You've heard that Mike Evans described his main character in The Uninvited in 5 words. They were gruesome, scary, unforgiving, creepy, and sneaky. Okay?
Okay.
I want you to give me a concept for what you would do to make this character come to life.
Okay, gruesome. Well, he's probably been through a lot, so maybe I don't know. Maybe he's got some battle wounds, maybe that have healed wrong. Maybe I haven't read it, of course, so I'm not sure. But I would create a character that has a dark past just by looking at him. What I think is creepy is when you do something with the eyes, like foggy eyes are really creepy, blackened eyes are really creepy. I'm a huge fan of big smiles. I don't know why, but I really like big smiles. They're very creepy. And I would almost picture him like kind of sneaky. I think of like I don't want to say Slender Man, but I do think of like a slender, kind of nimble character that could like sneak through the shadows, move down like kind of alleyways or out windows unnoticed. Which one am I forgetting? I think I hit gruesome, sneaky,
Unforgiving.
Scary. Unforgiving. What could imply unforgiving? You know, after describing all that, I almost picture like Nosferatu, and that really is terrifying. You know what? I'm gonna go back to the eyes. Just having really soulless eyes says so much. It really there's a lack of kind of human empathy there, I think. So I'm gonna go with thought, like just glazed over, foggy eyes, terrifying and unforgiving.
Very cool. Thank you for that. On the spot.
Yeah,
There you
of course.
go. All right, Mike.
So-
What do you think about what kind of person he would create for you for that?
He definitely sounds creepy. He doesn't. He's not necessarily what the I call him the stranger in the book. He actually wears a white porcelain mask, more like a China doll. The black cross across
See, I like that.
down his nose, across the eyebrows. I can't talk as far as size if he's big or small or not because you guys should read the book. It's only 99 cents.
Okay.
And
If
get
you
it.
don't mind, real quick, what I would say is I do like the white porcelain mask because I like the vagueness of it.
Yep.
And to me, that is what makes it so creepy. It kind of goes back to the soulless eyes. It's just kind of an emptiness there. It's like a void.
Yeah.
And it leaves you to your imagination, and a lot of times our imaginations, they make things scarier because if I could show you the most scariest thing to me, it might not be the most scariest thing to you. It might not be the most scariest thing to Jackie. We all have our own version of what the most scary thing is. So having a mystery there, it's like what is under the mask? I mean, that's just the idea is kind of unnerving.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna move to our next question with Mike. Thank you both for that. That was rather enlightening. Imagery. Imagery is extremely important when creating a written work. And what I'm interested in are, because you've got a vast amount of works that you've done, what methods do you use when you're creating imagery?
Honestly, it just starts with the idea of the book, like I was saying earlier. It hits you, and then really you just need to ask yourself questions from there. Where does the guy live? What would that place look like in that part of the world? Something new I've been doing that when I was listening to a Joe McKinney interview, he said that he diagrams like the room when he walks into it, and I did that in a recent book with Zombies and Chainsaws 2, the Dark Roads, and it just ended up being gruesome because it was I had to imagine being in a helicopter crashing, zombies jumping off of a roof, 10 floors up, down into the helicopter and eating the lucky victims inside. So it's really just you got to think about where it's at and what kind of pace you want it to be. Do you want it to be modern suburbs? Do you want it to be in a small town? Do you want to be in a big city? I mean, it's just the feel. Like the Uninvited is basically like picture your local, I don't know, campsite that you want to go to, and at a farmhouse, and then a whole bunch of people getting slashed with a machete, axes, having their heads ripped off and gutted. Just good times all around. So.
All right, we have a number of talking points that we want to make sure that we get out there. All right, so, and I'm getting an echo where I shouldn't be getting it, so I might be bouncing off of somebody's mic. So go ahead, Dead Door, and Kevin, go ahead and mute your mics while I do this.
Okay, how do I mute that?
Scroll around on your phone or on your computer, and you'll look for a little microphone.
Right at the top of the screen.
Right. All right. So, book one. Let's see. Put out book one a month for FYI covers for Gabriel 3 and ZC2. We're both produced by Lisa Vasquez of Stitched Smile Publications.
Yep.
Talk about Gabriel 3, please.
Gabriel 3 is Body Count. It's, as you said, the third book in the Gabriel series. Gabriel's usually really smooth and doesn't just do things on a whim, but at the end of book 2, other people's actions left him in a state of mind where he could not be cool and casual and collected about how he wanted to act. So his immediate actions at the beginning of book 3 is basically the hunter getting hunted for the book, so which is an interesting spin for Gabriel. At the same time, his ex-handler that used to hire his jobs out for the people that he'd go kill has his son, which Gabriel is okay with, so otherwise that guy would be dead too. And they're on their way to Paris, so there's a couple stories going on. I threw a ton of my friends in it too, which is fun. So I love, like I said, I love killing people in my books. So, and I hate coming up with character names, so I'm always happy to use my friends, and they're always happy, to die. So the only one I don't use is family. So
Very
it's a
cool.
rule.
All right, so we're going over now to it's ZC.
Zombies and Chainsaws.
Yeah, Zombies and Chainsaws. I love the cover on this Zombies and Chainsaws. I finally moved over to your Amazon page. Give me a little bit of the concept of Zombies and Chainsaws, and then we'll move into that.
I wanted it to be slow zombies, so because the orphan zombies are just insane zombies that would just scare the crap out of anyone. Not that the Zombies and Chainsaws won't, but they're the Stumblers, the Night of the Living Dead. They're not fast. And I was thinking how even though it would be still hard if we had zombies nowadays, we'd have so much communication and education and just basically the communication part that we could really let people know what's happening really quick. So I put this one in 1983. I mean, you're lucky if you have a CB radio in your truck,
Right.
And I mean, it's just there's no internet. If you don't have 500 channels on a satellite dish, so and then on top of that too, I didn't give them machine guns. I didn't make it easy for them. It's a group that goes down to Missouri because there is not a tornado outbreak, but a string of tornadoes during that time of year. They go down on a contract job, and all they have with them, because they're traveling for work, is their chainsaws, machetes, hatchets, just fun things to kill zombies with. So, I mean, other than maybe a couple of shotguns, they really are just armed with the chainsaws. And then to make it a little bit harder on them, there's the dead that rise out of the ground, but if they bite you, they can infect a human, and then it's a little bit faster of a zombie. So they've got a couple things going against them, well, many, and they're a long ways from home. So that's the sequel that Lisa just did. I don't know what it is, my 6th cover with her. So she's done 3 of the Gabriels because I redid it. She did a kid's book. She did Zombies and Chainsaw 2. I feel bad. I think I'm forgetting one. I'm not sure what it is. She'll probably do the Uninvited 2 as well, which will be called Strangers. But yeah, that's Zombies and Chainsaws in a nutshell. Slow zombies, lots of gore, lots of people getting killed. It's fun.
Talk about
80s was
why.
the good old days.
What?
Yeah, it
I
is.
said 80s was the good old days for us zombies.
And you guys had a chance back then.
Yeah, some of them have a chance now to get into and how it all starts.
That's true.
What I'm interested in here is the importance of making sure to get the details correct when you're working in a particular time period. Why is it so important to make sure that you have these little nuances to the proper spec?
I mean, it just validates the story. I mean, if you are, have a redneck driving a Toyota car in 1983, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. But if you put him in a Ford F-150 with a CB radio, wearing a flannel shirt and smoking a Marlboro, it's a little more plausible. So, I mean, it's just little things like that. I mean, you don't give him modern day technology, obviously. Don't have him pull out his cell phone unless it's the size of his forearm. Which again, they're probably not going to have back then anyway. So, unless you're
Yeah, they called those the bricks because they'll look like a brick, and it probably hurt somebody like a brick.
I tell you, those things hurt when they hit my head.
Next time you should duck.
I tried, but I got goosed.
Well, these things do happen. All right, so talk about the Orphans series. This series is pretty amazing. What started this concept for you to write the Orphans?
It's actually pretty comical, only because, like I was saying, when I get an idea for a book, I just write it. I don't necessarily do a ton of research before I start the book. So for this one, me and my wife, when we had cable, were huge. We still are, but we were Walking Dead fanatics. We watched it. You'd get stuck on a Sunday when they'd have a marathon. They'd play it for 10 hours, and I just finished my first book, Buried. right around that time, and everybody actually thinks Orphans is the first book, but just because of publishing schedules, it just came out first. It kind of took over when I started it, and when I got into the idea of Orphans, I was like, well, I think I should write a zombie book. I want to do something new. Like I said, I'd done no research. I didn't know who a Tufo, a Chesser, a Showman, or O'Brien was, McKinney. I had no clue who anyone was. I just was that guy that came on the scene from nowhere thinking I had this really original idea to write a zombie book and being, really breaking a genre open or starting a genre until I started Googling it and noticing that there was a crap ton of zombie books out there. And then, obviously, yeah, I know, right? There's a couple. So, but once I got into it, it was still, obviously, I mean, it's the nice thing about the Orphans is because I didn't know about the rules or what other people do with their zombie books because I didn't read any. They're extremely original. It's based on teenagers trying to survive in an apocalypse. They're like 14 to 15, 16 years old. Sean Fox, his dad, Frank Fox, is the one that started Zombie Apocalypse. He's trying to save the woman that he loves. He asks her to marry him. She says that she's got cancer. She's going to die within an X number of months. He's like, I got this formula that I had when I was in the Army. We never got it fully to work, but I think I could tweak it. He's very smart, by the way. He's a biochemist, just stupid smart. That the guy that you'd, like working on a cure for you, except for maybe that, because it didn't work very good for him because the zombie apocalypse happened. But he had good intentions with. He had a bad guy also that was, or a good guy at the time helping him that ended up basically screwing him over. And then that started the apocalypse, and it spread through Iowa and then spread through the United States and Europe, etc. So, and basically now I'm on book 4. I just put it out March 5th, White Lie, and then book 5 I'm going to start next week. I'm doing my final read-through of Zombies and Chainsaw 2. Before I can start it, I make myself finish it so I don't get in editing hell where I have to read for like 3 books in a row like I did last time. Cause I'm in a bad place if I don't get it right on a daily basis. So
I would like to talk to you about this little book here called Middletown Apocalypse. You have a lovely, enticing brand of authors that are all part of this anthology.
Yeah. It's been a while since we wrote that one. I think we did that last year. We put it out in October of 15. It won Zombies Book of the Month Club as well. But yeah, it's got an amazing lineup. And it's one of those anthologies when it comes along. You can't pass up on it. I mean, if you look, it's got Showman, Stalk Up, O'Brien, Chesser, Showman, Armand Rosamilia, Mark Tufo, of course, Jack Wallen, who put it together. He's the brainchild for it. Jay Wilburn, and I'm forgetting somebody. Brent Abel. I think that's he's in it. So it's basically the cool idea about it is here's A, and you have to get to C, but B can be whatever you want as long as you follow these few rules, which people seem to really enjoy because they know. They knew who it was once they got into the book. Like, yep, that's Mike's style, or yep, that's Mark's style. So it was pretty interesting. So, and none of us really talked about the book or what we were going to do or what our angle was going to be. So it was just we finished it, we sent it to Jack, we got it edited by. Well, some of us went to one editor, some of us used our own. So it was just whatever the preference was. But and then Wallen made the cover for it. So Jack. So
awesome, I love it. All right. I am interested in the fact that you cross different genre lines. You are able to write, let's say, a police suspense drama.
Yeah.
Then you go into zombie orphans, and then you have vampires dealing with the devil as lichens.
Yeah.
How do you allow yourself to be able to say, okay, I'm going to, for this period of time, I'm going to write in this genre, and then go over to something else that you find also just as inviting, and write in there, and be able to go and move around, very malleable.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm a rule breaker. I don't. I refuse to make myself stay in one genre just because if it, like I was saying earlier, whatever book won't get out of my head is the one that wins. I knew when I did The Uninvited, I really wanted to do a psychological horror book and really mess with some people's heads. But at the same time, like last year, I was trying to get my head around doing a vampire Lycan book, and that was Deal with the Devil. And like the only reason that I did Gabriel was because I had a month off after I finished Orphans 2, I think, and I wanted to write something that was gruesome without zombies. Originally, it was called Zombie Hitman, and then I changed it to just be Gabriel after I wrote this one scene that was, it's probably one of my favorite like chapters I've ever wrote. It just paints the picture like just it I don't know. To me, it was kind of like growing as a writer, knowing that I was like, this is freaking good, and I was like, not that zombies wouldn't add to it, but I was like, it's good enough. I don't even think it needs the zombies, so I didn't put zombies in it, and I was still able to. I don't know. I think I made it 75 or 80,000 words, something like that. So and then Gabriel, I just like most authors were like, well, I'm not going to write a sequel to this, and then it started selling, and people are like, I kind of like Gabriel even though it's not zombies, which the other reason that I'm not scared about jumping genres is if you write a good book, it's a good book. People follow you. A lot of zombie authors have an issue where like their zombie readers just read their zombie stuff, but with my people, they are faithful as hell. They follow me to whatever I want to do. I've had some people who who they're like, I read The Uninvited. I wasn't very happy about it by the end, but I loved it. So, and I'm scared if you write a sequel, but they still went and they still did it. So, which is nice. So I guess it's just, I don't know. I think you have to push yourself out of your comfort zone too. So otherwise, I mean, I could write zombies for 10 years straight, but have a lot more fun if I let myself write other genres and have other angles. There's things that are going to happen in other books that you can't have happen in the Orphans. Just so. Yeah.
All right, and the second book that's a follow-up to Gabriel is called Pitch Black, and I love the cover on here. Who did that?
That's Lisa again. She did.
No,
I had
I can pick your
original
stuff
covers
out.
done. I know. So I had original covers done by a couple other guys for book 1 and book 2, and then when I was ready to do body count, she sent me a message, said I could do a cover for you, and I was like, well, can you send me a mock-up? And she did, and I was like, this is freaking great. So we went to where she gets stock images and looked through it, and this guy that's the model for it had done a bunch of other like just dark stuff with just sweet-looking handguns and other weapons that he used, and I was like, this is book 1, this is book 2, just go ahead and make me the covers. And I think within like 1 month she had made me covers for all 3 of the Gabriels. And then I have a kid's book under a pen name Michael Patrick that I did for my boy and my daughter, and she did that cover too. It's got like an octopus on the front, anyway, she did that cover, and then she did The Uninvited. I feel bad, and then Zombies and Chainsaw too. I mean, it just kind of stupid to, I've had really good success with other cover artists, but it's like 2 or 3 times bouncing back and forth, and she's got it. So it's just, if it ain't broken, don't fix it. So, and she keeps bringing it. So
That's what you want. You want to make sure it's hard. All right, look. There are so many people out there that are creating books nowadays, especially since we have the creative process of Create Space in Amazon. And a lot of people are able to put out works that would never hit another person's eyes as far as being put together, if we didn't have places like this. But and in saying that, here I go, you have to make sure that the niche that you create for yourself is going to be something that is already out there and acceptable. You don't want to try and break too many ground rules before you actually start getting yourself out there known as an author. So you want to fit in mostly, but you also need to have a couple of things that make you stand out, and that cover is essential. If it doesn't have the proper vignette of what's actually going on in that book, it's not going to do as well.
Yeah, I agree. Another thing you want to do is, I mean, branding yourself is good. Like the orphans, if you look at those covers, it's the same. It's essentially the same cover for all of them. I just pick a different color for the eyeball, and then change the name. Like the blue, like I started with yellow, and then did green, orange, and I've got a surprise for number 5 that I'm gonna do, but I need to get around to actually getting it made. I got to talk to one of my Photoshop friends because another thing you can do that's good sometimes is to buy the rights for the photo, so that way you can change it and tweak it. And I mean, literally all I'm doing for these covers is changing the eyeball color and the name of the book. But if you see an eyeball with a biohazard symbol, that's Mike Evans's book. That's the Orphans. We love Sean. We love Ellie. They know exactly who it is. People,
Right.
freak out. So that's essentially it. Everybody always says you want to have your books covers look the same, which is why the Gabriel I just redid all 3 at the same time and rebranded it with that guy on the front cover. So I pray I can find something close to it for book 4 too. So
It's
that's later
important.
December.
It's hard enough to be able to come up and walk through the creative process from taking a concept and going to post-production, but it is also imperative that you have a good base for once it is already out there. What are you doing to help market these works?
I'll do a BookSends ad every so often, but honestly, they've lost some steam with the horror genre. With like Gabriel, I usually still do pretty good. Another thing that I started doing, which my friend, who Mark Truffaut is. I don't have to explain him. Everybody knows Mark. Yeah, he did that Zombie Fallout series, I heard.
Yes, something like that.
He among other books, but he gives away Zombie Fallout 1 for free. So I tried that with the Orphans, and I did like a 4-day run with it, gave away 2,500 copies in a few days, and then I did the same thing with Gabriel, and people are like, well, you can't give books away and make money, but I did it with Gabriel, and then like the next month, it was keeping up with the Orphans in sales, which it has never done. It's always been like a 25% of my sales versus the Orphans was like the giant, and now it's pretty much on par until White Light came out. Now it's got a little bit of an advantage. Orphans 4 is out, so it's got a 4th book. So, and all of them are on the Kindle Unlimited program too. So I think that's another thing authors could do. They say, well, we don't make any money doing that. It's like, well, if you're not making any sales at Barnes and Nobles, why aren't you doing Kindle Unlimited and getting 0.0048 cents per page read? I mean, that adds up when you get 100,000 pages read, 200,000 pages read in a month. I mean, it's nothing to laugh at. I mean, you can get more from that than you can when people are saying, well, I'll sell it at 99 cents. Like, well, then you're making 33 cents a book. Or would you rather have your 300-page book read at 0.0048 cents and make, way more than 33 cents? Sorry, I got off on a tangent. So anyway, so BookSends is something I do. Honestly, word of mouth is it. Being nice to your readers, being, I guess, chatty with them. It's good to be friends with them. They start off, you get a review on Amazon, and then the next day you notice, if you're somebody that reads reviews, which I try not to, but I still do it. And
it's part of what the business is. It just is.
It is. So some authors cannot read them. I'm not that guy. So, but you'll see the name pop up, and then the next day you have a friend request, and you're like, I know this name. You thinking it's Deja Vu, and it's not Deja Vu. It's the guy that left the review yesterday that wants to be your friend on Facebook now. And then like that John Spielman guy, you end up being buddies with him, or like my friend Christy. I've got so many people I've met. Like I got a lady, Karen, that friended me last year, and like now she buys Girl Scout cookies and donates them off my daughter that was here earlier. It's like it's funny how good of friends you can be with somebody that lives 800 miles away, or that John guy lives in Germany. It's like, or I got a friend that lives in Romania now. It's like I didn't know anybody outside of Iowa like before, or not many people anyway before I started writing. So it's getting a fan base. It's building it up, building a brand, not trying to pimp yourself all the time. I mean, it's people know that you write books. They know that you're putting them out. I mean, you don't have to tell them 8 times a day. It's just in trying to follow simple logic. Don't pimp your books to other authors. They don't want to buy them. They have no time to read your book, especially they're writing a zombie book all year long themselves. They don't want to read yours. It's no offense to you. It's just you're busy. So. But I'm a huge fan of Audible, though. I take that back. I will listen to a zombie book on Audible. I just don't have time to read it. So. That's it. So
I-
Friends, The Sims, that's pretty much my ads.
Cool. Very
All right,
cool.
I'll stop.
Thank you for that. I appreciate you. All right, so I'm going to go over to Kevin right now, and I'm going to see if he has any questions for you as far as the creative process goes. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, I know when I write, I like to try to draft something out. But I've noticed, and you kind of hit on it, that you end up deviating because it seems like the story kind of gets away from you, and the story really takes charge. And the story is what guides you because it becomes like a very organic process. You create these characters and these situations, and you know where you wanted them to head per the draft you made, but a lot of times it doesn't quite happen that way. And do you think it's best to kind of go down that path of mystery or to try to fight it and stay affixed to like what you originally planned?
I think if you fight it, you're not going to see a lot of sales on Amazon.
I think so too.
You just lose it. I mean, if you're trying to fight your own story, I don't understand. I mean, it's still going to be your story if you change it. I mean, obviously, if the story is not going the way that you want it to, there's probably a reason for that, and you should just go with the flow. I mean, like, so many of my books I've had such different outcomes for them, or I know what I want it to end with, but what's going to happen in between the middle of that is always, I've got no idea typically. So there's so many things that popped up in Orphans that I didn't expect to happen, but I mean, I start with one outline. I usually have 10 by the time I'm done, and then by the time I'm really done, I'm not using an outline and I'm just writing the thing. So
you would say you welcome the change and the idea of letting the story kind of take you on detours because I would think it would just become more natural that way. If it's feeling natural to write it, it's going to feel more natural to read it versus it was forced to write it, so it's going to feel kind of forced to read it.
Yeah, and I mean, like with Orphans 2, I remember I had it outlined, and I was like, and I was still learning if I wanted to do outlines or not, because a lot of people are pantsers, and that's totally cool if you can do it. I can't most of the time, so that's why I try to have an idea what I want to do. And like it just seemed like it was going so easy for them, and I was like, this is way stupidly easy, so I blew up their van, had a horde of zombies come, made them get trapped on top of a building, and I was like, okay, now try and get out of that. So it was one of those things where it's like, if I didn't do that, they would have drove through the town and gone home. And then I'm like, I need another 70,000 words to make a decent book. So
well, there's something else I'd like to get some perspective on, because like when I create a piece of art, for example, a lot of times my best looking pieces are the ones that just came to me easy. And as artists, whether you're a musician, a fine artist, a writer, that's not always the case. A lot of times you'll have a piece that was difficult to do, you struggle, and you finally get something. But I've noticed the ones, for me, that have always just been a good product at the end were the ones that just kind of felt natural and easy the whole way through. Things I had to struggle to make better tend to come out okay if I stick to it and see it through the end, but they end up not being my strongest pieces. And do you think it's the same way with writing, where like you really have to force the plot to come together and the characters have to come together? You end up with something you made. You cooked this thing, but it was so hard to do. It doesn't represent the best of you as it would if it had come easily. It just came out of your brain onto your paper, onto your monitor, however you write.
Yeah, basically, I do type mostly all the time now. I can't afford the time to waste doing pinning it and then going back and trying to read what I wrote in the first place and put on and type it out. But yeah, that's like I was saying earlier. Is if the idea is not fighting its way out of my head, it's not the book that needs written right now. So like I could have written something else instead of the Uninvited. I could have written Orphans 5. It's probably the smart play if I wrote Orphans 1 through 10 and just put them all out in order. But if it's not the book I want to write at the time, I don't do it because it's not going to be what the Orphan fans are going to want or what they deserve. So I try to stick to, I guess, really what I want to do. So I don't always make it a financial move. So I'm not doing this to eat. There's no gun in my head. So at least yet. So.
All right. Well, my turn. It is now 9:54. Please go ahead and mute your mic, Kevin, and thank you for your questions. They were very enlightening. All right. It is now time for me to ask you some questions, and I would like you to give me the first answer that comes to your mind. Are you ready?
Sure.
All right. What is your favorite word?
Happy, I guess. I don't know if I have a favorite one. Oh, plethora. Plethora is my favorite word.
Why is it your favorite?
I love to say it. I don't know why. My kids don't know what it means. I would throw it into conversation. Yeah, you really got to enunciate the hell out of it to get it out. So it's a good time.
I like that. Love that. All right. What is your least favorite word?
Can't. I hate being told I can't do something, or you can't pull it off, or or horrible, I guess, or it's a horrible idea. That's never gonna work, and then it does. So that's always good.
What turns you on emotionally?
Emotionally, just really intense scenes. Typically, like there's depending on what you're writing. So there's some scenes where people are like, they send me messages and they're like, "Oh, I can't believe you did that." I was like, "Yeah, try writing it." I was like, I did like there's like the Encino Orphans one. I did like a 10,000 word night, which was just will leave you brain dead for a week if you do that. But I finished it in like a night, and it's like I was emotionally like just screwed for like a week. Like I was like, I can't believe I did that to that guy, and it's like, it's a good scene, So. Yeah.
What turns you off?
Negativity. I like being around positive people. I hate being around haters or people that I guess think that they deserve something for nothing. They're like, if you get I make a lot of friends with authors, and I love the fact that the ones that I'm buddies with, especially like the new guys that are looking for help, advice, are they're how am I trying to think it? They're not complaining and whining that they're not #1 on Amazon when they've got one book to their name. Like they understand it's a marathon race. If you're going to be a sprinter as an author, you better be Stephen King or be related to him. So, which unless you're Joe Hill, you're probably not going to be. So, well, I guess he's married, but you get the point. So,
what sound or noise do you love?
Guitar and my child's laughter. I like my kids laughing.
What sound or noise do you hate?
The beep of my badge at work telling me I got to go in for my day job.
What profession other than the one you previously have would you like to attempt?
Can writing be my job? No, I'd probably be a guitar teacher. I did that once for a little bit on the side. I enjoyed it. So only if you get a kid that likes the same music as you, though. So I don't want to teach. Because I guess I'm kind of a rock guy for the most part. So
what profession would you not like to do?
Probably accounting or any other cubicle-related job that has no creativity at all. Yeah, I know, right? It's death by cubicle. It's the corporate prison. So I love having the freedom of being able to do what I want when I'm doing this. So
and the last question in this series: if heaven exists, what would you like them to say to you when you cross the gate?
You can come in. Or we don't hold it against you for all the like horrible things I've written.
Bravo. So, love that. All right, I'm going to ask
pray God has a sense of humor.
You seen the platypus? I think.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. See that thing?
Yeah, that thing. What is one piece of advice that you would give to a novice writer?
Like I said, it's a marathon. It's not a race. Take your time. Put out the best book you can. Don't rush it. Don't skimp on editing, because people will damn you when they come to reviews, or if they don't rush a scene. I hate it when somebody says, "Well, I'm worried there's too much dialogue." Well, the dialogue is what makes people like the characters. Otherwise, if you had mute people fighting zombies, it probably wouldn't be that interesting of a book. So, or mimes for that matter. Maybe it'd be cool. I don't know. So maybe they'd be safe trapped in a box. I don't know. But anyway, take your time, price it smart, do marketing, interact with your fans, have a release party. If you're new to it, maybe look at an indie press. Make sure they're not going to screw you over if you do. So there's so many authors I know that I knew I was someone like that. I was so excited to get a deal, I'd take a crappy one. But when you're new, you don't know you're taking a crappy one. So that's why a lot of the new people, I'm like, I'll mention, I'm like 2 or 3 presses that are new. Like I know, like Lisa's got one that sounds legit. Tracy Tufo has one, the Devil Dog Press, and then there's Optimist Publishing's another one. Like there's like just a handful that I know, like people that, like, if you can't trust them, you probably shouldn't sign a contract with them and get a 1099 from them. So when it comes to tax time, if you make any money, but just make sure you get a good deal.
Thank you for that. And the last thing I'm going to ask you before I say goodnight is, how can we find you on the internet?
Facebook. I'm always on Facebook, like always. If you look me up on Facebook, it's Mike P. Evans. You'll see usually a picture of me or a picture of one of my books that say Mike Evans on it. Usually you got a good chance you found me if you see that. There's the Mike Evans author page. If you go to like Zombie Book of the Month Club, you can find me through there. Go to Amazon and look me up. There's a few Mike Evanses. So usually I come up first if you type in Mike Evans and zombie. So
cool.
And then one other thing was Twitter, Mike E1123. So Mike EE1123. So I try to do Twitter. I still don't really understand it, but my friend David Aslan insists that I do it, so I always do it. So
It's okay. I don't like it either. It's the other angry bird that only speaks 150 characters.
It is. I just don't understand the damn thing. It's evil.
It is evil. All right, and speaking of Twitter, our Twitter for Zombiepalooza Radio is at Zombiepalooza13. So make sure that you get over to Mike Evans' page on Facebook and give it a like and a share. And the biggest thing that we would love you to do is go over there and look at his Amazon author page and pick something, because there's something for everyone. Thank you so much for being on the show. I got to split over to the next hour. I need my staff to be able to say their final goodbyes so we can move to Mark Allan Gunnells. Go.
Mike, thank you so much for coming by. It's been an awesome interview. Can't wait to talk to you next time.
Thanks, Ador.
Take care, man. See ya.
Yep. Thanks, Kevin.
Okay, thank you very much for Mike Evans. That was pretty cool and rather enlightening. Let's bring on our next guest. It would be Mark Allan Gunnells. Let's see if we can bring him on, and there he goes. Away into the ether. We need to get Mark Allan Gunnells to the white courtesy phone, and boom, there he is. Well, there he is.
Here I am.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm doing very good, good. First thing I need to do is introduce you properly to our current staff, and you went dark there for a minute, so just stay put. Don't touch nothing. All right. I know, right? The jazz hands. Anything's possible on this show. All right, I'm getting an echo from you, so if somebody's playing also YouTube at the same time, might want to turn that off while we got you on just on here.
Probably headphone volume turned
Could
down
be,
just a bit.
Yeah, headphone volume, something or other, because we don't want to have me overpowering everything. All right, so I have still getting that echo. All right, I got Dead Door William. He is first chair co-host and is the only zombie on the planet that matters. Go ahead, Dead Door.
Good evening, Mark. Welcome to the show.
Nice to meet you. Looking good there.
Thank you. Slightly
I know, right? Then we have special co-host. Currently, we have with us Kevin Ward, and he has been on the 9th season of Face Off, and he's going to be asking questions from a creative process side.
Well, very nice to meet you.
How you doing? Nice to meet you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, I would like everybody that is on staff to go ahead and mute their mics so we can get into the interview process. All right. I'm going to pull up your stuff. The very first book that we're going to be talking about is Companions in Ruin. An interesting title. And give me 1 second. Kevin, I need you to mute your mic, hon. Thank you. All right, so Companions in Ruin. Give us a little bit of a background on you as a author, on the kind of style that you write and the kind of genre, and then we're going to move into Companions in Ruin.
Okay. I am a horror and fantasy writer, and I've just been into that since I was a very young child. When I was much too young to be watching that stuff, I had a very liberal household, so I became addicted to that, and that's what I've always been drawn to. I do write outside the genre sometimes, but that is particularly what I do feel compelled to write. And I've been writing since I was very young, junior high, high school. I wrote a lot of melodramatic, teen angsty type poetry then, but always with the horror. And then after college, I actually fell out of it for a while. You know, once I got an actual job and stress and bills to pay, and for several years I had just stopped writing. But I finally got my life back together and got rid of a lot of the stress, and I found it again and realized that, you know, without it I really wasn't being me, and had never really been happy without it. So I got back into that. I started submitting everywhere. Around 2005, I finally started publishing in small e-zines and magazines, and it was in 2009 that I finally was able to publish my first book with a publisher, and I've just been, you know, going ever since then.
I enjoy your synopsis of Companions in Ruin very much. Synopsises very often are the bane of an author's existence.
I agree with that.
Talk to me about how long it took you to write, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 7 concepts that you had placed together for this synopsis. How long did it take you to do that?
It took me a little while. I always dread that moment where the publisher asks me if I'll write the synopsis for the book. I love to write the book, but when it comes to condensing it all down into some concise thing that's going to grab the reader, I always worry over that. I will say I find it a little easier to do with a short story collection than a novel or a novella, because I do have a sort of formula when I'm doing a short story, which is a collection where I'll just pick certain stories and do them as sort of like a list, and then try to, you know, wrap them all around some theme for the collection. So I probably didn't take as long as when they have me do one for a novel. It was just a matter of picking out what stories that I just wanted to do a little one-liner for.
Do you have your work, Companions in Ruin, in front of you, or can you get the manuscript pulled up?
I have not gotten my author copies yet, but I can probably pull it up here on my
All right.
computer.
So as I am going to the next question, you're going to pull up this particular piece. I'm interested in the first paragraph of Companions in Ruin. You talk about the book as it is defined from darkness and misery, and to not be afraid because you're not alone. The companions that were in the darkness will take your hand and lead you through the shadowy landscape. And you have a preacher's son that leads the photographer into just even more temptation, a psychic desperate to prove her power at any cost. a new mother who finds motherhood more than she bargained for, a young woman who discovers the grisly consequences of honesty, the survivors of a school shooting whose sin to atone for, an ex-reality star. I even have a hard time. I don't watch reality television at all, but an ex-reality star who finds it hard to adjust to life without the spotlight, a televangelist whose scam may just provide a miracle for a desperate housewife. All of these characters you get to watch as your guides over the rocky terrain. There will be companions in ruin, and I ad-libbed a little bit on the end of that, but have you found your first paragraph?
For the first story, yes, I have.
All right, so I want you to tell me how many words are in your first line of that first paragraph.
The first line of the first paragraph, we have 17 words.
In that 17-lined first line of that very first paragraph, are there these rationales? Do you open up a world? Do you entice them to look further? And is there a reason why the reader would want to know more?
Well, I certainly hope so. I do think a first sentence is very important in a story because it is what draws the reader in. So I try, in the first story in the collection is called Ours is a God of Anger, and I hope the title itself sort of pulls people in. But in the first sentence, I'm just trying to introduce the main character, give you a hint of what he's doing. The first sentence is, as Chad filled up his gas tank, he scrolled through the photos he'd taken with his digital camera. So I'm trying to tell the reader he's going somewhere on a journey. He's got these photos, they're important somehow, and hopefully the reader will want to know where is he going and what are the photos that are so important to him.
Bravo.
Thank you.
Now, I'm interested in what it was like for you when you were first introduced to the main character for Companions in Ruin.
Well, for the first story, for that one, I initially came up with the concept, which was I'm fascinated by church signs that have unusual sayings on them. I just find them sort of entertaining to read, and I had often thought like that would make a good book, like a photography book of just these pictures of these different signs. So I thought, you know, I'll have a photographer who's doing that, going around taking pictures of these signs. But, you know, something is going to have to happen to him on this journey. So I started thinking about, well, who is this person? What kind of person is he who does this for a living? And like with a lot of my characters, because I try to give some shades where everyone's not, it's not all everyone's a saint or everyone's a villain. Everyone has a little bit of everything in them. So, you know, I came up with a character I was sort of fascinated with because he was not a bad guy, but he had some less than honorable tendencies that were going to end up getting him into trouble.
All right. So if you were going to take this particular character and you were going to describe him in, there are 7 deadly sins, they say. Give me 7 words that would describe this main character.
7 words to describe Chad. Let's see. He's driven. He's mischievous. He's funny. He's a free spirit, which isn't exactly one word, so I'm going to cheat on that one. He's also, I'm trying to think of a polite way of putting it, but he's hormonal, let's just say. He lets his basest desires sometimes drive him forward.
Two more.
He's curious, which isn't always a good thing for him, and he is impulsive. And these traits all together, again, not a bad guy, but they lead him into some bad choices.
All right, so in the second hour, I went and I talked with Kevin about creating what the character he would make for this particular work based on, he had, I think, 5 words, I think, last time. This time I gave you 2 more. And in this aspect, what I want you to do is I want you to tell me the kinds of colors for this character that you would use. Using these 7 words, what kind of palette would you use?
What kind of colors would I use for Chad? Red. Do you need a rationale for my colors?
I was going to, actually, that question was going to be going over to Kevin.
Oh, okay.
So
Sorry.
I'm going to give you a break on that one. I am interested in the kind of color palette that Kevin would use for this particular character, and give me some reference as to why you would use them. Go ahead, Kevin. You have to unmute, hon.
Okay, there we go. Yeah,
Gotcha.
We're good. I was having some audio trouble. So, do you want to tell me your words again?
I will do that.
Cool.
I wrote them down. I don't know if our guest wrote them down.
I did not. I'm afraid.
I got them.
Okay.
That's why I'm always, if you ever see me looking down a lot, that means I'm taking notes.
Well, I appreciate it.
All right, so the 7 words are driven, mischievous, funny, free-spirited, hormonal, curious, and impulsive. And remember, this is a male character.
Okay, well, we have some contrasting adjectives there. When I think of mysterious, I always think of black, just because darkness has so much mystique. But you also said funny. You said harmonious, so I picture warmth, and that contrasts to darkness so much. So, like a dark, deep blue is what I'm thinking, but like also like a soft sky blue almost. And even though it's a dude, maybe like a mauve color to just bring out that harmony in him a little bit, that love in him. And when I think of like earth tones, I kind of think of funny because I think of warmth again. And so, I almost feel this is a weird exercise because now I feel like I'm taking a trip into like a different environment, trying to put these colors together befitting of this character. It's like with that color palette I just described, I see the woods, honestly, because by day it can just be so bright and cheerful and you're in harmony with nature, but there is mystery to it. There's so much hidden. It's a very layered place to be, so you don't get to see very far. So I guess my mind was just flooded with those colors.
Thank you for that.
Golden sun right in the middle too.
What would you say is there anything else that you would add, because this is your character, Mark, to that particular color palette?
I actually think that was a pretty good description of him, because he can be contradictory, like people can be. I really like the imagery of the woods, bright in the day, dark at night, and I mean he ends up in a woodsy kind of area too, so it seems fitting for him.
Good job. All right, thank you for that, Kevin. Go ahead and mute your mic again. All right,
Okay.
So we're going to go now over to, let's see, we're going to go to imagery with you, Mark. There are a number of different methods that creatives use when they're trying to describe a particular mood or a particular flavor of an area. What I would like you to do, as I put you on the big screen, is talk to me about that.
Well, when I'm trying to come up with imagery for a specific area, I will admit I do have a fondness for setting my stories in real places that I'm very familiar with. My hometown, I write a lot of stuff set at the college that I had attended. Places that I really feel like I know and am very comfortable with. I very rarely just make up locations. And I try through the architecture of buildings, even like when I set a story, what the lighting is, what the weather is. I try to use all of those things to create a certain mood and to give the reader a certain feeling about that place, depending on the story that I'm about to tell. I also like to use my characters' dialogue to help set that mood and sort of give the imagery, because I'm a very big fan of writing dialogue. And I do think what a character says, even if they're not being truthful, can help give the reader an idea of like what they feel about a certain place and the mood of that scene.
Thank you very much for that. All right, you enjoy psychology.
I do have a psychology degree, actually.
Yes, yes. And while we're creating or dabbling in the genre of horror and all things that are created with that, what I'm interested in most is where your mindset allows you to go when it comes to creating in the horror genre.
Well, the psychology of characters, I think, in the horror genre can be particularly important. When you're creating villains, for instance, in the horror genre, I do believe the old, guy with the handlebar mustache that's tying a damsel to the railroad tracks, that's not very interesting to me. Like, I want to understand why a villain does the things he does, because I know it's sort of a cliche now to say, but most villains wouldn't think of themselves as villains. They're going to have reasons. They're going to have things that happen to them that have led them to this place. And so the psychology of those characters are very important. I also think, you can't skimp on the heroes either. And again, I like people who are not, people with different shades in them, people who aren't just saints. So even my, protagonists, I want to have maybe some darkness to them and their own scars and their own problems they're working through. So I think that's true in all fiction, but in horror particularly, I do think the psychology of your characters is very crucial to creating an intriguing story and one that has a sense of authenticity to it.
What has been, to date, your most difficult character to deal with on a personal level? Not as an author, but on a personal level.
That's a very interesting question. I have some characters. I do enjoy it when characters sort of take over and maybe do things that I didn't originally plan. But that can also be kind of difficult figuring out where the story is going to go now if they really go in a direction you didn't expect. There were a couple of cases in a novel I wrote called The Quarry. There was just a side character that really I originally introduced just because I needed some comic relief in a certain scene. And he, in my mind, started to develop more than just that one-dimensional thing. And then, because of something that happened to him, a tragedy, he started to change into something more than just comic relief. And that was exciting, but it also meant that the story was going to be altered in a certain way, because now I had this character that was much bigger than I had anticipated. It happened to a slightly lesser degree in another novel I wrote called Sequel, where I had a character who was there just to be the foil for one of the main characters, but I discovered hidden depths in her, and again, that just necessitated I had to make some changes to the story and where the story was going to go, which I happily did because I believe in listening to the story. But it does create some problems when you think you know where you're going, and then you have to suddenly rethink everything because the character just takes over.
All right, so some psychologists might say that there is some screaming need within the creative individual that says, I have to pay attention, shine a light on this particular subject. But of course, it's not about them, not about them at all. It's about this other person. And I think that as I've found, many creatives come on and they enjoy that kind of not exactly quite cathartic path that happens as they're going and exploring a new character, but there is some sort of a release.
I would say that, I mean, because when I'm writing a story and I'm really immersed in it, I mean, those characters and that world become real to me, not in a, schizophrenic sort of way, but, it's sort of an alternate world that I'm visiting, and I do feel in some ways that I have only a little bit of control over it, because when it's really going well, the story will take over, and it might even surprise the writer, which is, I think, when the writing is best. And it does. You feel the emotions the characters are feeling. You're going through the traumas that they're going through, and then when it's over, there's a great sense of euphoria, and then also a little bit of a crash after, because that's a world you were sort of immersed in that's now over. The great thing is you can just move on to another one right after that.
Cool. All right. Where do you draw your unique dialogue from?
Well, as I said before, dialogue is something that I think is very important, and it's my favorite thing to write. And I really strive for authentic sounding dialogue. As a reader, one of the things that will pull me out of a story quicker than anything else is dialogue that doesn't sound real, that doesn't sound like the way people talk. So I pay attention to the way people talk, things they say, words they use. I mean, simple things like, I'll have characters start sentences with well or a lot, because there are people who start their sentences like that a lot. And I try to get the patterns of speech. I try to get, when do people use, slang? When do people, drop words? When do people not use, the G on the end of an ing word? When is it appropriate to write in sort of phonetics to get like an accent or something? Dialogue, I think, is very important, and I do just try to get it from listening to people.
Thank you very much for that. We're going to go over to Dead Door, and we're going to have him ask his first question.
Let's see here. When did you decide to become a writer?
Well, I first started writing when I was about 10 or so. I would write these little one-page stories that were really just like Twilight Zone knockoffs. But I loved doing it. I would say I became serious about it junior high, high school. That was when I started thinking, I mean, this is what I want to do. This is my passion. And, I was realistic enough to know, like, I'll probably have to get, a job to pay the bills, but this is what I want to do. So I would say sometime in my early teens is when I really knew, like, this is what I want to be.
So let me ask this one, why the horror genre?
And, I don't even know if I have a real answer for that other than I've always loved it. I think I was 5 years old when I convinced my mother to let me stay up and watch The Exorcist on television with her. And I only made it about halfway through, and then I was hiding behind the couch, and she sent me to bed. I was in love with it, and then I couldn't get enough horror movies. I couldn't get enough horror novels. It's just the genre that captured me. And I mean, I do read outside the horror genre, and I do on occasion write outside the horror genre. But it's just always been the one for me.
Very cool. Thank you for that. I'm going to go over to Kevin, and what I'm going to do now is I'm going to ask Kevin, based on what you've heard within the last 10 minutes, what question have you devised for our guest?
Well, you went into some other territory that interests me, and you talked about character psychology, which I think is immensely important because characters are so different, and characters really are what drive a story. You can have a really cool story world, you can have a very interesting plot device, but it goes stale very fast if your characters are not either likable, hateable even, relatable. So getting into the psychology is a very fun thing, it seems like. And I can speak for like some of the makeups I've done, because sometimes I'll do a makeup on someone that's just such a powerful performer that a character just happens because wearing something puts them in a different psychological state. And I know that feeling too of being in a makeup and feeling like I am transformed now. I'm no longer Kevin. I'm this other character. So I feel like I get acquainted with new people. So as a writer, you know, you'll do your homework. You'll look at like colloquialisms to figure out, okay, do they talk like a Southerner? Do they talk like do they use Old English when they talk? What have you? People almost like you draft a personality or a character type, but then it's almost like you lose some control in some ways. And now the character talks to you, and like the character kind of is in charge.
I definitely agree, and I think I said before, that is my favorite thing when that happens, because I figure if a character surprises the person writing them, the character is going to surprise the reader.
Mm-hmm.
But I also feel like it is important to understand characters. I think one of the worst things that can happen is if a reader is reading something and they're just saying, why would that person do that? That doesn't make any sense. And so, you know, bad guy, good guy, whatever, I do think it's important to sort of get in their head. I think it's actually interesting if you can find something relatable in a villain. Because, you know, and see there's some humanity there too. I think it's also interesting when you can see something dark in a hero and also be able to relate to that. I do think it's so important to understand character.
You become a psychologist, really.
In
Because you
some
have to
way.
understand a lot of different frames of mind.
Yeah, because I do want my characters to feel like three-dimensional people with many different facets, and I want the reader to be able to understand why they do the things they do. Nothing is going to lead a story to a quicker death than characters doing things only because it pushes the plot forward. There has to be an internal reason that the reader can identify and understand.
I
All
like
right.
that.
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. All right. So let's see. Where am I going to go here? If you were to give a piece of advice to a brand new creative who writes, what would you tell them to expect within their first 3 to 6 months?
Well, that may be an interesting question for me because, I mean, I wrote for years before I published anything. So, and it's so unpredictable. There are some people who write something and the very first thing they write, they get published. And then there are others, like me, who really go on for a while before they get that. So I would say to expect nothing, but hope for the best, but just focus on the work. Just focus on doing work you love. Focus on improving, learning, growing, and get your stuff out there. But expect rejection. Expect that they're not going to immediately start clamoring for your stuff, but hope that they will, if that makes any sense.
Absolutely. All right, and that is great sage advice. you have at least 32 pieces of work out there. It is interesting to see that you can span such a large field in writing creatively. We're going to go over to Dead Door, and we're going to have him ask his next question.
Actually, this is a question for Kevin and Mark.
Okay.
Do you both consider yourself method actor and writer? Go ahead, Mark.
I don't know if I would say that. Like I said, I like to get into the minds of my characters so that I can understand them and the reader can understand them. But I don't feel like I become my characters, if that makes any sense. I feel like they become their own people, and like I said, I want to understand them, I want to make them believable, but I don't really feel like I encompass them, if that makes any sense.
Kevin.
Well, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, yes, I do feel like both writer and actor because I have literally done both and literally do both. I starred in a feature film that I wrote a couple years back, Hans Crippleton, Talk to the Hans. You can find it on Amazon, in which case I portrayed a deformed, inbred hillbilly. His name was Hans, who lives on a zombie-infested farm. So it's really a complete mockumentary, and this family is plagued with a zombie curse. But it's almost like it makes fun of like Keeping Up with the Kardashians, the real world, stuff like that. But they're inbred zombie folks, so you can look into that. And then with my new web series, Bored as Hell, I do a bulk of the writing. I create the characters and the makeups, and I perform as a few of the characters myself. There's a character I perform as called the Sleazy Ouija, and the Sleazy Ouija is a witch who runs a kind of a sexual phone service from her apartment, but you summon the dead instead of the living. You bring the dead to bed, and I'm the Sleazy Ouija in that one also. So it's fun to play a whole myriad of things. You're laughing. I have a very disturbing sense of humor. Yes.
I love that. All right, we're gonna go to Dead Door, and we're gonna have him ask his next question.
Well, when I say method writing, do your characters, Mark, drive the story? Like, does it one character say, no, I don't want to go this way?
That definitely happens, and I like when that happens, and I encourage when that happens. Like I said, it can create problems when I think I know where I'm going and I have to rethink it. Like I said, when a character surprises me, I figure that character is definitely going to surprise the reader. So my goal really is to create characters that have enough life in them that they can say to me, I know you wanted me to do this, but really this is what I would do in this situation. And then I just go with it.
Whom have you found to be your biggest influence when it comes to your writing career?
Oh, goodness. I admire so many different people. Going back to Bradbury, Matheson, I thought I loved them. And it's cliche probably to say at this point, but Stephen King was the first writer that I really fell in love with and really helped ignite my own passion for writing. Joe R. Lansdale, I think, is brilliant, and I admire his use of dialogue. I admire his use of... He is very succinct. He can say so much with so little wordage. And that's something I admire and I work toward myself. So I could be listing people all day, so I'll just leave it at that.
All right, so what I want to know next is, what is your least favorite part of the creative process?
My least favorite part is probably the waiting. You write something, you send it out, there's all the waiting to see, are they going to like it? Are they going to take it? Then they take it, then there's the waiting for the editorial notes. Then there's the waiting for the actual publication. Then there's the waiting to see how people are going to respond to it. So I guess when I went into it, when I was very young, I just had these dreams. You write something, then it's boom, it's out there, and people are responding to it. But there is actually a lot more waiting involved than the teenage me would have ever dreamed. It's part of the process. I've accepted it, but yeah, I sometimes am a little impatient with all of that.
What has been your biggest accomplishment thus far?
I think the thing I'm proudest of, because, I love writing novels, I love writing novellas, but short stories have always been my greatest passion. And when I first started out, even after I started publishing, originally I was publishing short stories in small magazines and anthologies. But once I started publishing books, I had a lot of trouble getting any publishers interested in collections. They said collections, typically don't sell as well, especially for writers who aren't big names, and there just wasn't a lot of interest. But over the last couple of years, I have really managed to get several collections out there with some publishers that I'm very happy to have worked with. And so I think what I'm proudest of is that, I finally gotten to the point where I can just, submit collections and get them published, because that was always probably my greatest dream, was to have just a series of collections out there.
Thank you. Was there ever a character with whom you had a conflict or made you discomforted personally while portraying them because of their philosophical differences?
Well, I try not to shy away from doing characters that are the opposite of me, because, I figure that can get boring. And I do try, just because I write a character that doesn't believe the things I do, I don't want to automatically make them like a villainous character. Like, well, they don't think like me. But sometimes there are characters who do things that are so reprehensible, that it is uncomfortable. And I try not to revel in the acts, but sometimes, for the story I want to tell, it's important to get it in there, and that does make me uncomfortable. If I have to, portray or write a character who, commits a sexual assault or abuse of a child, those things, I can write about people who believe different than me politically or religiously, but when I get into those areas, it is, even though I feel like it may be necessary for the story, it can be uncomfortable to write.
How do you allow for the process of walking down that narrow path of indecision? Because very often characters within this particular genre really don't know what they want to do because they've gotten themselves into a dilemma.
That can be true, especially in horror, where you're throwing extreme, unusual circumstances at ordinary people.
Mm-hmm.
That can be tricky because, one, what are you going to do if you're confronted with a demon? I mean, and that's also part of the fun, because, it could be anything, because, when you create situations that aren't really reality based, hopefully the reader will.
My background will say otherwise.
Well, not just with demons, but anything. But there is that thing of, you want the characters' decisions to make sense.
Yes.
But when you're putting them in such extreme situations, what does make sense in that situation? So what I try to do is I just think, okay, what would I do? Like, what do I think I would do? Of course, you can't really know. But I try to have whatever they do make some sort of sense, even in a senseless situation.
You have to have a certain amount of tropes that are within the genre you're writing with without kind of jumping the shark. How do you make sure that your particular writing method does not cross a line that should not be crossed?
Well, I do have a fondness for working with what I'll call traditional horror tropes, things I grew up with. What I try to do to keep it fresh and keep it from being just, the same old thing is I like to put characters that perhaps are not very well represented in the horror genre in these situations. I have a novella called Asylum, which is a very traditional, in many ways, zombie novella. It's very, follows sort of the George Romero formula, but what I did was, instead of it being a bunch of people trapped in a farmhouse, it's a bunch of gay people trapped in a gay club. And, the zombies themselves are very traditional. The characters, I think, are untraditional for that particular genre, and it let me play with it in a slightly different way. I like to do that, and I like to do things that take... I have a novel named Sequel, which is it's my ode to the slasher films that I grew up on. So in some ways, I try to use the very traditional slasher formula, but tweak it with different and interesting characters, and have them take it in a direction that the familiar slashers maybe didn't go. So I try to tweak the tropes with characters that maybe audiences are not used to seeing, and that could be refreshing for them, I hope.
Here is a brand new question that I have never, in the 3.5 years of doing Zombiepalooza Radio, ever asked.
Okay.
You've heard about my questions. These things can be a little interesting. I'm quite sure of that because I know you've done your research. So here it goes. What book would you fear most to be caught up in, and which character that you've created from another storyline would you have come save you?
Okay. One of my own books or someone else's?
This is all your stuff, all
Okay.
all what you've created.
Well, God, I'd hate to be caught in a lot of them because typically things don't work out well for people in my stories. But
Give me the one that you would fear the most to be trapped in yourself, and then give me the character from another storyline that would come and save you.
I would probably not want to be caught up in Asylum with all the zombies trying to get into the club to kill us all. Because that sort of thing, there's, especially with the zombie genre, when you watch a lot of those movies and read those books, there just never seems to be a real way out. You're always just treading water and never really getting anywhere. So I would not want to be trapped in that one, I think. Let's see. Who could save me, though? Who from one of my books could come and save me? I have a character who appears in a couple of things. My novel, The Quarry, and a novella called October Roses, and an upcoming novel. He starts out as just a young college kid and kind of grows into something more, Emilio. And I think I would like him to come save me because he is at core a very decent person and a very strong person and a very dogged person in that he is not going to stop. So I'll bring Emilio on from the Quarry to come save me in the asylum.
Now I'm going to ask you how well you know yourself.
Well,
let me
okay.
You got to think about that part of it, and I'm going to ask you, how much of you is Emilio?
Well, the early Emilio in the first book he ever appeared in when he was in college, that was very much me in college. I mean, not exactly, obviously, but there was a lot of me I drew on a lot of my experiences from college, the shyness I felt when I was there, sort of the coming to terms with who I was. There was a lot of that. Now, as he grew in the other stories, he became something. I wouldn't say he became what I wanted to be, because he grew into a lot of darkness too, and a lot of depression as a result of some of the things. But he definitely got away from who I am. But the early Emilio in that first book, I drew on a lot of my own experiences for him.
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. All right, I'm going to go over to Kevin, and I'm going to have him ask his next question. But what I want Kevin to do is ask it from a sci-fi kind, well, not sci-fi, a special effects kind of way. And the topic would be character building and the strength of a character once they've come into their own.
Okay. Well, I probably could make that question a little sci-fi based, because what I love about sci-fi is not so much the actual like eye candy, really. I mean, it is cool. You can make a fictitious world. It could be futuristic. It could be on another planet, whatever. What I like about it is just showing like this thing is possible. Like, what are the ramifications of it? The butterfly effect. What if time travel could happen? It's actually taken from an old Ray Bradbury story, which I think is really cool. So I think when it comes to like getting into the character, that's how you phrased it, right?
Right.
Okay. To me, where that has a marriage with special effects is that you are creating sort of like you're creating a shell for this person. You do it with an effects makeup where you actually like put them in something. Because like I've said before, I've experienced it as a performer, but I've done it to other performers where like it changes them, because it puts their head in a new world. And I think in a story you do that too, especially with science fiction.
All right. What do you think about what he just said, Mark?
Well, I can definitely see that. With the written word, since you don't have the special effects in the written word are in the reader's head, which in some ways is great, because then it's almost a different experience for every reader. But I definitely think when I watch movies, I do think like a really good makeup, a really good effect, like it can really enhance and really create a character. In the written word, I try. Sometimes I give very little description, just enough to get you by, because I want the reader to really start creating it in their own head and seeing what their version of what I'm creating, and in some way that becomes a shared experience. I don't know if that's really answering your question, but I do think it is a little different that way in the written word, that it becomes a unique individual experience for every reader.
All right. This is your first time on Zombiepalooza Radio live on YouTube. What do you think of this particular venue for you in getting to see a new fan base?
It's actually very interesting. It's been a lot of fun. I've done a few podcast interviews before. I've done one live one before, but this is the first time I've done a live one where everyone can see me. And I actually think it's a lot of fun. It's a very interesting format. I think it's a lot of fun for people watching it, because I've watched some of your other interviews. So I'm very happy to be on, and I'm very honored that you allowed me this opportunity.
What one question have we not asked you that you would wish we would have?
Well, I don't know how you would have worded it, but I've recently really kind of fallen in love with collaborations, and I wouldn't have mind having a question about that. I've written a few collaborations recently with James Newman, a horror writer from North Carolina, and I wrote a collaboration with Aaron Dries, which you've interviewed, a horror writer from Australia. And I'm working on a short story with a friend of mine, and I wrote a collaboration with Benjamin Kane Etheridge. And I've just grown to really love writing. Is such a solitary thing, but when you get together with someone else with a shared vision, you can really grow from that union. I can learn from the other writer can learn from me, and when it goes well, we truly create something that neither one of us could have created individually. It is truly like a thing that only could have happened between the two of us.
What is one thing that you have learned from all of this process of your writing about yourself that you were surprised to learn?
I think, and this might not be the most exciting answer, but once I started publishing, I learned that I did truly enjoy the revision process. I didn't always. I loved that initial creative burst of creativity when you're writing, and then it seemed like a chore to have to go back through it and revise it. But getting to actually work with professional editors, like I see, first it's very important to have an objective second eye on it, because we writers can be very protective of our work and sometimes can't see the flaws.
Right.
Or sometimes we go the extreme opposite way and all we see are flaws. But I actually love working with editors, tightening up a story, watching it get stronger. And so a few years ago I would have said I hated the revision process, but now I've learned that it's actually a quite enjoyable experience.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Now, I'm going to ask you a series of questions.
Okay.
Surprise. And what I want you to do is I want you to give me your first answer that comes to your mind. Please do not think about the answer. Just out with it.
Okay.
What is your favorite sound?
The sound of leaves scuttering across the pavement during autumn.
What is your least favorite word?
Hate.
What is your least favorite sound?
Crying. Deep crying.
What is your most favorite word?
Love.
What turns you on creatively?
Just fun. Just having fun with the story.
What turns you off?
Overthinking.
What profession other than what you currently do now would you like to attempt?
Well, I would like to attempt to be a singer, except that I can't sing. I love to do it, I just can't.
What would you most like to attempt as a new career? Well, wait a minute. What would you not like to attempt as a career?
I don't think my fiance is a nurse, and I would never be able to do that. I'm too squeamish.
Blood and guts and all of that.
I can write about it, I just don't want to see it.
If heaven exists and you manage to get through those pearly gates, what would you like them to say to you when you arrived?
You didn't do too bad.
All right, that's very cool. Another very cool thing is, how do we find you on the World Wide Web?
Well, I have an Amazon author page, Mark Allan Gunnells. I have a Facebook page, Mark Allan Gunnells, and I do have a blog that is updated semi-regularly at markgunnells.livejournal.com. And I have a Twitter at Mark A. Gunnells, but I don't use that one as much because I don't really understand Twitter.
143 characters. If I could show you how to do your Twitter, do you think that it might be able to help you with getting the word out more about your book?
Hi, that's what people tell me. So that's why I got one, and I'm trying to figure it out.
All right, so I tell you what we're going to do. Sometime during the week, I'm going to teach you how to use it.
Okay, because I could use a tutorial.
Me too. Me too. We could teach each other some stuff about this. I need to, right now, go to my staff currently and have them say their either final comments or their goodbyes. Go ahead, starting with Kevin.
Thank you, Mark. It was nice to meet you, and have a good night.
Thank you.
And now Dead Door.
Mark, thank you for coming on the show. Hopefully it's been a good first time for you.
I've enjoyed it very much. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
See you next time.
Thank you. Make sure to go over to our Facebook page on Zombiepalooza Radio Live Facebook and leave us a review.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. I was told that Kevin might have to leave now, so if you need to go because you've got stuff to do,
Okay.
is all good. Thank you so much for coming on, and we'll chat sometime during the week and get your response to what you thought about all of this, and maybe do some current show or future shows that a little distracted here, where we bring you on again.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I had a good time.
You're welcome. All right.
All
I'll
right.
talk to you later. Thank you.
Okay, take care. Goodbye, everyone.
Nice meeting you.
Bye.
Kevin. Bye.
That was a very unique experience, and I really do hope that he indeed likes what we're doing here and that he decides he wants to come back.
I have it from a little birdie that he does, and he liked it, and it was a good perspective.
I thought that his questions and his reasoning was very unique when it came to getting essence from what his perspective is, from where, what he's done in his past. And I wasn't exactly quite sure if it was indeed going to be a good idea, because, most of the people on this evening are authors, but he did an amazing job.
He writes too, so
that's awesome.
Yeah,
I did good.
You did real good. He did too. I enjoyed him. It was kind of cool.
Very awesome. All right, so our next guest is going to be.
Meet him.
Me too. I want to meet him in person. I really do.
I will not eat him.
Oh, you won't eat him?
No, I won't eat him.
Good.
We'll keep him around.
Cool.
So who's our next guest? After we're done with Hump Hour.
Who's my next victim? We have David Youngquist that I want to have him get over here. He says, I'm good. New headset tonight, so he's learning as he goes. Didn't know we'd be on camera. Surprise! All right. I thought maybe he's being funny. I don't know. I'm hoping he'll just come over here and do what he's got to do. So I'm going to go and give him the link again and have David Youngquist pick up the white courtesy phone and get your tushy over here so we can get your...
Pick up the white courtesy phone that is marked in red. I
don't know what this was. I
don't know.
Oh my God, I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know. My brain is kind of gone. I just
we
need
got 2 more hours. We can't have your brain going anywhere.
Oh man, he says he's already.
All
right, he says he's already up. Is he in the room now?
Yep.
You are not where you need to be. You cannot dial into Google Hangouts and come on to the show. If you're trying to do that through there like that, it's a very bad idea. So I need you to come out of that and click that link that I sent you for that big ugly link that's in your private messages thing. We'll do it again. You have to click that, else you can't get into the room where we're at. So, and I'm wondering if perhaps
Is he on a cell phone using
I don't.
the link? Which is fine. It can happen, but
I think he's on his computer and he's trying to come in through that way. So, which he says he has 2 windows open. All right, I do not see you, and you might hear me, but you need to click out of anything that you're in. Come out of all of that.
he has to OK it and click the little box. And
Back out of. This is what happens when we don't do radio checks and all of that before we bring on, and sometimes our guests just do not have the time to be able to do that. And this, in fact, was one of those cases. So as I'm scratching my head going, I'm about ready to pull my hair out. Just
no, don't. It looks good tonight.
thank you. You mean it doesn't look on pretty good on the rest of the nights, or it just looks
It looks
extra?
good tonight. It's just it's
Extra.
exquisite tonight.
Thank you. It took me all of 5 minutes. Poof.
Oh wow, thanks.
I know, right?
Takes me like 2 seconds to get ready with blood. And
Well, you know, but
you know.
you're a zombie, so there's no, it's all good. You're doing good. I'm wondering where the heck my David is. All right, I know what the problem is. That damn Gmail. All right, so I'm going to have him send me over his Gmail. He's got to open up. What's your Gmail?
Oh, it just hit me. What's wrong? Okay.
It could be that, but I have that added in there, so I don't understand what the deal is. But I'm going to go and I'm going to take it the long way, and come over there and actually add his email address into this. He should get an invite like right now, and this, I have a real love-hate with Google Hangouts. Part of the reason, this one doesn't want to take it either. I might not be able to get him on. Awesome. His email is not being recognized.
Okay, that's a little interesting.
Yeah.
Never heard of that. While we're talking, some of our links that we have are facebook.com/Zombiepalooza Radio Live. Go over, like, share, and subscribe there. I know you're watching and listening on YouTube, so make sure you go down right to the bottom here.
Absolutely.
Or maybe it's to the right. And subscribe and share to your friends, and you can be involved and infected by the chaos and mayhem that we have here.
No, right?
Talking about chaos and mayhem, yeah, Crunchy went on a vacation.
All right. Let's see if I can get him on one more time. I don't understand why it's not. I mean, the email address that he's sending me is not his actual name. Sometimes the Google Plus will complain about that, and it won't. It won't give me anything, and it's not.
Do we have David in here now?
I hope so, because I'm like, hey, hi.
Hello.
Oh, let me say, what did you end up doing to be able to get you in here?
Oh, I just clicked the join button that was on the screen.
There you go.
You didn't want to do that before? Were you afraid?
Well, I didn't see. I've not done this before, so I didn't know how to use the system.
That's all right. We got it going
Well,
now.
now we're in here. All right, so once you get, I'm gonna let you.
Sorry.
I'm gonna let him get situated first before we go forward.
Oof.
I'm gonna get seasick in a minute.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. Don't worry about it. So it's all good. It's all good.
And
All right.
be a first the vampire getting seasick.
I know, right? It's very bad. It's very bad. All right. So David Youngquist, I don't know if you have formally been introduced to Dead Door William, but Dead Door William is our first chair co-host for Zombiepalooza Radio Live, and he talks. Go ahead, Dead Door.
Good evening, David. Welcome to the show.
Hey, Dead Door. Good talking to you again. How you doing?
I am doing great, dead as always.
No, right?
There's
All right.
advantages to that.
Boy, you ain't lying. All right. So, David Youngquist, I need you to go ahead and for people that may not know your background and what you do creatively, I'm having such a hard time saying that tonight. Go ahead and give us some background.
Well, let's see. Creatively, see how you are. Now you got me doing it. I started out as a reporter about 20 years ago, and did a lot of nonfiction stuff. Wrote for magazines like American Hunter and Carousel Horse News and Traders and Shoot. And then I kind of moved into fiction writing and started to learn from the ground up because I'd have no formal training. I'm a history teacher by trade and a reporter, and then started writing fiction. So I learned as I went, and as I progressed, I got involved in starting a couple of writers groups, and eventually ended up starting a publishing house, which was Dark Continents Publishing, which I ran for helped to run for about 4 years, and published a bunch of great authors who've gone on to do amazing things and become screenwriters and novelists and researchers and that type of stuff. And now I'm moving up with more novels.
All right. So what is it about the written word that has just had you so enamored to be able to continue it no matter what the diversity?
Well, I could say I could take the easy answer and say it's habit, but that's taking the easy way out. The word itself, I think it stems from me being a historian. I've taught history for a while, and it's how we communicate over the years. It's how we communicate over time. Stephen King once said that a book is actually a method of time travel, and I think that's a good way to describe it. We learn from what we have read that was written by our ancestors 5,000 years ago in different parts of the world, and it's a way to communicate, and it's a way to communicate the ideas that we have at the time to future generations, and it's ways to tell stories, to teach people. And I guess at my heart I'm a teacher, so it's just a way to communicate and teach others what I've learned over the years, I guess.
What do you believe is the most difficult aspect of writing in fiction when you are so used to writing in history?
That's a good question. I'm one of those weird people I have found in the literary world that I guess you could say shoots both directions. When I was working as a reporter and working as a historian, I had issues with my publishers and my instructors, actually my professors, in that I wanted to embellish on my nonfiction stuff. And I had one publisher that I went round and round circles with as a reporter, and he said, look, unless you experienced it, you can't put it in a nonfiction piece. So it's like, okay, that's fine. So I translated that desire and that drive into my fiction work. The problem that I have going the other direction from nonfiction to fiction is I have to learn to control how much information I put into something, how much it takes to give the people the information and facts without boring them to tears. People don't pick up a werewolf book or a zombie book to read facts and figures and historical documents. So you got to find a way to work that in to keep it interesting.
In fiction, very often you have to create a world. And so what I would like to know from you are, what are some of the perspectives that you bring to writing where you can create in this fashion these new worlds?
Good question. I like that one. That's one thing that a lot of people don't think about when they're writing, is the world building that they do. Fantasy, horror, science fiction in particular are very world-based. They create new worlds themselves. The way that I do it comes from a lot of reading, for one thing. I've read a lot of stuff fiction-wise, fantasy work, and I don't like high fantasy. I don't like stuff like Lord of the Rings and that type of thing. I'm more in the Piers Anthony and Jim Butcher type realm of what I read. You know, very down-to-earth, what they call low fantasy. Because those worlds are familiar to me. I like familiarity with my fantasy. So I can take things that I've read over the years or that I've studied and blend it in with enough real life and enough magic. Sometimes literally, some of the novels I've written have a lot of magic base to them, to make it believable for the average person, and it makes the person feel comfortable enough that they can sit down and read it and say, yeah, I can relate to that. I understand that. Whereas with me, high fantasy completely loses me.
It's been said that science fiction is great for proposing answers to huge questions. Go.
Very much so. If you look at the things that we've gone through in the last, say, 50 years since I've been on this planet, we've gone through civil rights, we've gone through technology, we've gone through enormous changes in our society. And if you look at some of the science fiction, everything from the day the Earth stood still, which is before my time, to Star Trek and how blended the universe was in Star Trek, to even the tech stuff that they showed in those science fiction realms, you see the modernization of that. You see how society has changed. You see how, you know, the first interracial kiss between Lieutenant Uhura and Captain Kirk made it possible in a lot of ways for people to accept those type of ideas and relationships. My first wife and I were a interracial couple, and I think that had that ground not been broken back in the 60s, we would have been married in the 80s. So it's an interesting aspect to look at science fiction in particular and see all the stuff that's introduced, and eventually the rest of the world catches up.
Predestination and free will are very often fashioned in through fiction. Talk to me about these two concepts and how you are able to flow within these boundaries.
Okay, let's see. Let's get a definition of predestination first. Predestination in the Christian mindset is that you're going to heaven or you're going to hell no matter what, and you're already predestined to do that. So whatever you do on this planet isn't going to improve your odds of going one direction or the other. That goes all the way back to the Protestant movement, and the Presbyterian splinter, I believe, was the ones that first brought that up. So if you extrapolate that into the fantasy science fiction realm, you know, it's interesting because they base a lot of the hero's actions on, okay, is he predestined to do this? Is this actually what's going to happen to him? Is he in place at the right time by God or gods, whichever the author wants to write in? Is this what his destiny is? And a lot of times there's a struggle, and people don't give enough credit to fantasy and science fiction for being deep. They think literature is the only realm of depth in writing, and I find that to be totally false. You know, a lot of times the hero struggles with free will. You know, do I have to do this? Do I have to take up this sword and go fight whichever monster that I'm set against? You know, so there's always a lot of times in good fantasy and good science fiction, there's that internal struggle that helps drive the story.
And free will?
Free will, and that's part of the hero's ability to walk away. If you're a follower of the Christian Church, God gives you the free will to say, nope, I don't buy it, and walk away. We're given that as humans. If you read in the Bible, there are certain places where it mentions that even the angels that God created do not have free will. They were made to worship God. Whereas humans, we're given the opportunity to walk away. Can the hero walk away from his destiny? Can he walk away from the mission? He could, but what kind of story would that be? You know, if he just said, screw it, I'm not going to do it, and walked away, okay, there could be another story there, but it's not a good way to base a good heroic epic on it.
What would you recommend creating, or let me see, wrong way. Describe what you would recommend for the subject of creating and getting to know your characters.
That's a good one too. You're doing really well tonight. I'm glad you got these good questions going. Some people.
Other times I got no good questions. I don't know.
Hey, you know, it's live radio is great because you get to pick each other's brains like this.
Yes.
Character creation is interesting. Some people have a real difficult time creating characters. They honestly do. They struggle. They don't know where they don't know where the heroes and their anti-heroes and their bad guys are coming from. What I've suggested, and actually what I gave for a homework assignment recently, was to sit down and write 500 words about the hero of your book. And it could be an anti-hero, it could be John Wayne, it could be Clint Eastwood. It just matters how you want to do it. And 500 words about your antagonist, your bad guy. And, you know, who they are, what makes them, why they do what they do. And I think that gives people a lot better ideas of who they're dealing with. I mean, we've all got these characters inside of us. You know, as writers, it's our job to bring them out and make them readable for other people. And if we don't know where they're coming from and who they actually are, we're not going to be able to bring them out properly. So I'll sit down if I'm stuck, and there are times I've been stuck in my writing career. You know, over 20 years, I've been stuck on characters a lot of times. So it's not just a beginner's issue. But sit down and write out the person that you're working with. See what he or she wants to tell you and what makes them tick. And that makes it a lot easier for you then later on to determine, okay, would he or she do this? Would they not do this? What's their goal? What motivates them? And that helps a lot. I found a lot of people, you know, once they sit down and try something like that, it really helps them grow in their writing, in their characterization.
Since we're on the subject of characters, I'm interested in whether or not you've ever developed a character by either will or force that just really rubbed you such the wrong way that you wanted to smash him, but you can't because you need to keep him viable. Go.
Definitely. A good writer is going to have characters that just annoy the living daylights out of them. The one that annoys me the most is a very arrogant, very sneaky, slimy noble called the Marquis Roger de Sauvage, and he's part of my Blackjack series. He is the bad guy, and I killed him off too early, I guess, because there's so much more I could do with him. He is the ultimate scheming, slimy, nasty, mean noble that you just want to see suffer. And he came about. Well, I honestly don't even know where he came from. I needed a foil for my hero, and my hero is, very much a John Wayne stand-up good guy, very American mindset, not used to dealing with, nobility and what they can do and how they can think. And so I just kind of took some of the slimiest characters that I knew throughout history and combined them into Savage. And he oozed across the screen like nobody's business. It was great, but he drove me nuts.
Besides the main character, and usually an antagonist, how much character development should go into the supporting cast?
That varies depending on how big your cast is. In my Snareville books, there are a lot of people involved. Not only from the two main leads, but side characters as well, and everybody has a talent in that book. Everybody's there for a purpose. In those books, I should say. So in books like that, if there's a lot of people there that you need different talents for, because not everybody is going to have not one person is going to have all the talents needed to accomplish a lot of the goals. So people are going to have different areas of expertise, and if you have a large cast, it's easy to do. However, on the flip side of that, with a large cast, it's also easy to lose people. Make them very one-dimensional, make them very that's the only thing they can do. So you run that risk. The balance that you have to strike is finding out, okay, whose story is this? Is this Jim's story? Is this Jesse's story? Whose story is it? Focus on the main character and the main antagonist, and have the people involved develop them to where you need. But you need to make them all more than one-dimensional. And sometimes down the road they'll pop up again, depending on if you're writing a series or what. So, you just really have to get the feel for it yourself and see how much you need to put in.
All right. If you were to describe in 3 words what it is like to live in your mind, what would they be?
You've known me for a while. Scary, twisted, and humorous, I think.
And I'm writing this question as we speak. If you were caught in your first written work, whom would you have come and rescue you, and why? In your first written work.
Wow. First written work of fiction. I gotta go back a ways on that. I tell you what, I won't go to my very first because I can't remember it well. How about if we go back to the first that I actually had enough guts to actually shop around? That book was called Out of Sync. You can still find it on Amazon. It's a alternate history time travel book. 2 gentlemen from our era get caught in a time travel experiment and end up in 1876 and end up in the Battle of Little Bighorn. So, let's see. Who would I have come and get me, and why?
That you created from one of your written pieces, whether sold or not sold,
right,
to come get you.
Man, that's a good question. So now I got to think about the book, where it's at, and how to get out. I would say it'd have to be, I'd have to say it'd be Blackjack, because even though it's a fantasy book, he has found a way to get through dimensions, and he's got a pretty good-sized army behind him to be able to back up his words. So I think Blackjack would have to be who I'd call on.
Now I'm going to go to the next part of my questioning.
Okay.
How much of Blackjack is actually you?
Oh, hang on a minute. Gotta find my button. I gotta find my button. Sorry, this is a new microphone. Blackjack is probably actually the closest character to me that I've written. He is a guy that has been kicked around by life very severely. When we first see him, he is passed out drunk and managed to get himself caught in a dimensional shift. And so he not only does he have to adjust to a new life, but he's got to sober up at the same time. So he's going through a lot of the crap that I went through probably 15 years ago. And he's probably also the closest mentally and emotionally that I've written to myself. Every author puts parts of himself in their characters.
Thank you.
So everybody's going to have that. But I think in this case, Jack is probably the closest one to me that I've written to this point.
Very cool. Thank you for that. All right.
No
So
problem.
your revision process, I'm interested in whether or not you revise heavily, a little, or not at all.
I revise heavily. The reason being is, having worked for the newspaper industry for a while, you learn that words are money. If you don't write good words, you don't get paid. Simple as that. And if you don't write enough words, you don't get paid. So when your editor gives you back your piece and says, okay, fix it and make it fit 3 inches of newspress or paper, you do what you're told. And so that habit is carried over to my fiction work. Blackjack itself, I'll give you another example. Keep going back to Blackjack. When I first finished the book, it was 138,000 words, which shook out to be a lot of pages, but 138,000 words. And I realized it was way too big. So I sat down, I started cutting, and I cut 35,000 words out of it for the first pass. And by the time I got done with it, it had gone from 138,000 words to 95,000 words. So I'm a heavy reviser. The novel that I have right now that is being looked at in a couple different places I'm trying to keep under my hat, it was another type of situation with that. I started out, the book started at over 90,000 words, and I cut it down to 82. So it's for me, it's part of the process. I'm not afraid to kill my favorite scenes, and I've done it before, and it hurt. I won't lie. When you kill a scene that you really like, it hurts, but
Right.
sometimes it's not needed for the book. And so, I'm not one that shies away from it. And for me, it's part of my process.
Thank you very much for that. All right, we're going to go over to Double D, and we're going to get him to ask his first question. Go ahead, Dead Door.
So do you edit yourself, or do you have an editor?
A combination of the two. The self-editing process, I'll write the book and I'll put the manuscript aside for several weeks, and then I'll come back to it and I'll edit, and then I'll send it off to an editor. And I've got an excellent editor right now by the name of Gunnells, and she does a fabulous job. She's probably the best editor I've had in a long time, and she does a very good job at fixing my mistakes.
And while, oh, I'm sorry.
I got it. When did you decide to become a writer?
Well, I don't know if I ever decided to. My mother gave me a box of old pictures from when I was just, an infant. Mothers do this. From the time that I was an infant to the time that, I got up and got out of the house on my own. And there was a picture in this tin of photos, let's see, it would have been 1968 or 1969, of me sitting at the kitchen table with a pencil in my hand and a piece of paper, doing whatever I was doing, scribbling on the paper. But so from that time forward, I've basically been a writer. There have been times I've wanted to walk away from it. There are moments every author faces, and he or she has to cross this themselves if they want to continue or not. Do they want to keep being a writer? You know, how long can you keep getting kicked in the teeth by the writing industry, by the publishing industry? You know, how long can you keep doing it? And you have to make that decision yourself. You know, do you walk away? Do you hang it up and say I'm done? Or do you keep fighting and make something of it? And I crossed that bridge back in about 2005. I crossed that bridge myself, and I came to a real crossroads, a real crisis point in my writing, and I almost hung it up. And it's like, I don't want to keep doing this. And I sat down, I talked to some friends and talked to my wife, and they all said, you know, if you didn't do it, you're going to hate yourself. You know, take some time off, take a breather, and pick it up again when you think you can. And I took probably about 6 months off before I wrote anything again. And that's when I went back and really hit it hard, and that's when the genesis for Dark Continents came about, and some of my best writing started at that point. And I could see a real turning point. I could really see where my writing turned around and got better, and I got more involved in the industry. And it's just something that you really have to work through on your own. It's not something that somebody's going to say, okay, you're going to do this for the rest of your life, whether you're top 10 in New York Times bestsellers list or not. It's
Right.
just something that's in you.
Okay,
All right.
Sanda,
Yeah.
what kind of advice do you have for upcoming writers?
Be prepared for a lot of coffee consumption. Be prepared for a lot of sleepless nights. Be prepared for an idea catching you in the middle of the day while you're at work and you cursing yourself for not having a pencil beside you to write it down. But seriously, it's all part of the process. But seriously, for an upcoming writer, if you're going to be serious about it, study the industry, study the trends, study the market, understand that the writing is the easy part. Everybody says, oh, it's so tough to write. No, writing is very easy. If you have the idea and you have the mindset and you have the ability, writing is the easy part. Finding a publisher, finding an agent, doing publicity, staying up all night editing, staying up all night working on one story plot line that just is driving you insane. Those are the tough parts. Is it worth it? To me, yes. To other people, not so much. You know, it all depends on you. But definitely know what you're doing and be prepared for it. Also, one thing I would suggest to all new upcoming writers is be prepared to be criticized, be prepared to have an editor, be prepared for your first 4 books that you write to not go anywhere, because it takes at least 4 or 5 books before you know what you're doing. And that's completed manuscripts. That's not just short stories. That's, you know, 50,000 plus words on paper before you figure out, you know, 4 or 5 times before you figure out what you're doing. You're not going to get your first book published that you've written. You're not going to get your novel in a month published, because it's not going to work unless you're Stephen King. You know, it's one of those things. It's a learning experience. When you stop evolving, then you've stagnated. So you always have to look forward to evolving. But yeah, definitely keep moving forward. That's what you have to do.
Okay. So do you write with typewriter, computer, dictation, or longhand?
The first book I actually wrote, I wrote longhand, and said I would never ever do it again, because then I had to go back and type it all. And when I first started doing this, I used one of those Brother word processors. I moved up from a typewriter and actually got a word processor. And it was a Smith Corona Brother word processor. And transcribing it from my handwritten mess to that typewriter was tough. Currently what I use is a laptop, a little 15.5-inch laptop that is basically dedicated to just my work. It's not, you know, the family laptop or anything like that. And oh, one thing I would also tell writers is to back everything up on multiple thumb drives. As Kathy is nodding. Yes.
I like multiple thumbs.
Oh,
No, these are thumb drives. These are things that
Oh.
contain not thumbs. That
Oh.
don't know.
My bad.
yeah, multiple flash drives. Have multiple
Yeah.
flash drives. And I've got a friend that goes so far as to put copies of those flash drives in a safety deposit box in the bank in case his house catches fire. So
Or
it's
any of that.
it's not
Yeah.
a bad idea.
No, it's not a bad idea. That door did an amazing job right there. Very cool. Thank you very much for that. All right, we're going to go over and we're going to ask you your personal list of shoulds and should nots. What would it be when it comes to writing a story?
Okay, shoulds and should nots. Okay, let's see here. Ugh. You should definitely do your research. You should have an idea of where you're going with the book before you start it. You should know what your goal is, and you should be able to string a sentence together coherently. You should not expect to be able to write what you know for every book, because if you did that, it would be exceptionally boring. Do your research. Learn what you want to write about. You should not pester. Let me see, how do I word this? You should not pester the same agent 50,000 times to try and get your book accepted by them. You should have realistic expectations. You should not expect to be a New York Times bestseller just because you put the time in. There's a lot of different things involved in that. And I'm very earth-based in my writing. I've learned the hard way how the system works.
Yeah.
You also definitely should not go on Facebook and spam everybody that you know about how great your book is, and please buy it, and it costs $25, but you got to hang on for it. Don't be that kind of writer. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't send review requests to everybody out there on a reviewer's list and not know what they review.
Yeah, that's true.
That's
Yeah.
I know enough reviewers that say that they constantly get the wrong type of book to review. Another thing you should not do is send the wrong type of manuscript to an agent. If you have a horror, hardcore, nasty, bloody, gory zombie, werewolf, vampire book, do not send it to an agent that represents Christian spirituality and faith, because it's not going to be picked up. I guarantee it. So,
Might give him a heart attack.
yeah, exactly.
Pass the holy water and all of that. All right, we're gonna get you to cut that there, and we're gonna go to a different direction. We're gonna go and delve into your consciousness.
Okay.
Hang on, Dead Door. It's gonna be scary. When you're creating, is there a conscious effort to follow writerly advice, like show, don't tell, ditch adverbs, get into the head of the single point of view of your main character and stay there, that kind of stuff? Do you do this consciously, or is it something that you allow to just kind of free flow?
Now, I think that question covers, well, I tell you what. When I first started writing and I was learning the ropes as a fiction writer, excuse me, a lot of that stuff I had to remind myself not to do. One nice thing about the writing group that I got involved with is that we had a wide spectrum of authors. Some of them were vastly more experienced than myself, and that helped a lot, because starting out writing fiction, going from reporting was a whole new experience. And all those things that you mentioned, I had to consciously remind myself to do. Another one was what they call point of view shifts, meaning that the scene is set in one person's head, one person's point of view, and then all of a sudden you're in another person's point of view. And that was very hard for me. I had my mentor beat me over the head one time with my manuscript because he caught 7 point of view shifts in one chapter, back and forth between 2 people. Yeah, it really messed up the whole scene. So once I learned to stop doing that, my writing got a lot better. Yeah, oops. So at that time, when I first started writing fiction, yes, it was definitely a conscious thing I needed to do. Now, 20 years down the road, not so much. It kind of comes instinctively at this point. Not that I don't make mistakes. Everybody's going to make mistakes. Nobody's perfect. And when I go back and I self-edit, I will catch those, and I'll go, oh, geez, I need to fix that. Another situation that arises, and I really had to have this drilled into my head, is not to write in a passive voice. Passive voice is when you use your verbs too much and you're not conveying enough action of what is actually going on. And so it's a learning process, and you don't have to get a Master's of Fine Arts. You don't have to get a literature degree to learn this. You have to be involved with good people. You have to sit down in the chair every morning and write, and that's how you learn, and that's how you evolve. So yeah, I mean, you've just described the entire learning curve right there, from a beginning writer to a later writer. So yes, that worked out well.
Thank you.
You grow in your writing, and
yes,
the stuff that was very hard in the beginning becomes instinct after a while.
Very well, thank you. You did very good with that. All right, so we're going to ask you another question, because you seem to be on that particular line, and we're doing well with it. It's been said that we can personify anything, but we have to leave an open-ended sense of the character's potential so that their behavior retains the element of freedom and surprise, which is needed to make them compelling. So what I want to know is, do you believe that this is true? And if so, would you please expound on this topic?
Oh boy, that's a deep one for me. Let's see. Yes, because yes, they do have to have the ability to be surprised. They do have to have the ability to be shocked in some sense. They do have to have the ability to grow themselves through their experiences in the book that you put them through. I'm going to go with Stephen King's Dark Tower series in this. If you've ever read the Dark Tower series, it's probably King's best work, in my opinion. And it follows the life of Roland Deschain in basically a wasteland. Civilization that was once great has fallen, and it's fallen even further in Roland's lifetime. So he has seen, the remnants of civilization kind of fall apart around him. And as the story progresses, you take this hardened man who is basically a killer. I mean, he is an enforcer for the kingdom. He's a knight with 2 6-guns, and he's a cold-blooded killer. So the story follows him through his life, and even though he's this hardened killer, he still is surprised by the things that he finds. The little niceties in life surprise him. The little things help him to grow. He finds that he can actually love when he finds a woman that he falls in love with and wants to take her away with him. And the tragedy that comes from that makes him a more empathetic character, someone you care about more. Because here's someone that was cold and hard, and you didn't think he had that soft spot in him, and he does find it just to have her taken away from him again. So you have to have those kind of things in a character to build them up and to surprise them and to keep them going. And I haven't finished the Tower series yet, but Roland as a character has continued to grow more than I thought he would just from reading the first book. So if a writer can do something like that, take someone as hardened as Roland and still give him a life ahead of him and something that can surprise him, something that make him a better person, that's doing your job right. That really is.
Instinct is the next topic. Instinct helps us to be able to either follow a particular flow or to go the other way. So how much does instinct play into your character development and where you go incentively with them?
Every character will, if you're doing it right, every character will tell you what they will do and what they won't do. I've got writer friends that tell me, well, you're the boss of them, you can kill them or you can do what you want with them. True, very true. But if you've been doing this long enough, you'll develop the feeling for your people that you create, the characters that you create. You will know what they will and won't do. And that's what kind of makes it fun to be a writer, because you have these people that you bring to life on a page, and you have to make sure that you get their story across. You can try and force it. You can try and go against your instincts. You can try and go against what you think that will happen, and usually it fails. It usually feels forced. It usually feels that it's not working right. And there have been times that I have just actually literally gone and cut 3 chapters out of a book, because by the time I got to that point, it's like, no, this isn't right. This isn't what would happen. And so I end up cutting it and rewriting it, and the rewrite is better because I follow what the characters would do. So it's something that you develop as you progress. New writers kind of don't have that feel, because they're still trying to figure out their own voice, their own style, and how they want to express themselves. And that generally takes 2 or 3 books to develop. So they're not as good at following that instinct as someone who's been doing it for a while. And I've read some books by writers that are well established, that I'll hit a scene, I'll hit a few scenes, and I'll like, they really forced it, they really pushed it, and they went against what they should have. But so everybody does it. Everybody's capable of doing it. I'm not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. But after a while, you develop that sense of where your characters want to go. So that's kind of how I look at it.
One of the most important tools in writing a realistic piece would be to have the idea of place, which is more than just merely the setting. When you're describing your world, it's important to describe it from the perspective of the characters who inhabit it. How do you accomplish this in your writing, just across the board?
Depending on what world they're set in, there's something out there that I call info dumps, and that is when you sit down and you spend 5 pages describing something. I don't care what it is. If it's a truck, if it's a car, if it's a house, if it's where you're at, you take all this time and dump all that information on the reader and wear them out immediately on that, and they don't retain any of it because it bores them. So I'm more likely to build a place, usually that they can relate to. I haven't done too many far out science fiction stuff yet. Excuse me. And I tend to set a little bit of a time, whether it be fall or summer or whatever. I tend to throw a little bit of area, description like that in. But I don't do it all at once. I'll put it in a little bit at a time, and usually it's something that's relatable. In the current book that I've got, that I'm working with right now, I set this part of the series is set in on the West Coast, in San Francisco, and in a small town called Jenner, California. And I set the place with Chinatown, describing what it looks like in Chinatown in California as the heroine is walking up the street to her office. The sounds, the smells, the cooking, the different dialects of Chinese being shouted from different shops. So I'll do that as she's walking along, and I'll describe what she's seeing through her eyes and what she's hearing. and the smells of the restaurants along the way. And that's kind of how I set my people in place. I'll give a little description like that, but not all at once. I won't do more than 2 or 3 paragraphs at the most, and even then I feel like I'm getting too wordy. So I'll tend to cut it down and I'll put it in somewhere else. Because I don't like boring people. I don't like giving them too much information all at one time. So I do it that way. In the same way, and I know you've read the Snareville novels. You know, the Snareville novels, I kind of did the same thing. I didn't place everything all at once. I didn't dump the description of the town on you in the first couple chapters. I kind of let it develop as I went. So that's kind of how I do it.
All right, so it's 11:54 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we have come to that point in the interview where I'm going to ask you some questions. And these questions are going to be just regular off the top of your head, and you know, that can be as funny or as serious as you want, but I'm interested in your responses without thinking about them.
Uh-oh. I'm in trouble.
Here we go. What is your favorite sound?
My favorite sound? I think the wind blowing through the leaves in the valley here where I live.
What is your least favorite sound?
The sound that my card makes going through the time clock at 6 o'clock in the morning.
What turns you on emotionally?
Intelligence.
What turns you off?
Stupidity.
What sound or noise do you love?
My wife's voice.
What sound or noise do you hate?
The sound of my truck engine when it's not working right.
What profession, other than what you do now, would you most like to attempt?
I've actually been thinking about this lately. I'd like to try doing a microbrew.
What profession would you not like to attempt?
I wouldn't want to be a surgeon.
If heaven exists and they do allow David Youngquist to walk through the pearly gates, what would you like them to say to you?
Good job.
And good job. Woohoo! You did an amazing job. Those were not easy questions to go through. And I appreciate your candor and your humor when you were going through the process of being on camera for the first time in a live interview. And surprise, you didn't know that this was going to be like this?
No, I didn't know that it was a two-way camera, see? I haven't done enough of these.
All right, so what did you think about your experience?
Oh, I always love being on the air with you. I really enjoy it, and you did gave me some really good questions. It really made me think tonight, so I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to go over to Double D, and we're going to have him say his either last question or his final goodbye.
Oh yeah, I have one last question I haven't asked in a long time. What scares the piss out of you?
Rats, believe it or not. Rats scare the living daylights out of me.
Sounds like a new book.
I know, and I won't read it. I refuse. They just freak me out.
I have a story to tell you off air about that very subject, but and it should be written in a book. It really should.
Oh, great.
Oh, it's a good one. Oh yeah. All right, go ahead, Double D, and say your final goodbyes.
David, it's been awesome interview. Very interesting, enlightening, and all. Thank you for coming by, and I can't wait for the next one.
You bet. Thanks, Double D. I appreciate it. I love it when you guys have me on, and I just really enjoy myself. So thank you.
I'm excited to hear what David Youngquist has up his sleeve, because he wrote a message to me earlier and said he was working on something. And I'm not going to press you for it right now, but I am interested. So I'm going to get going. And let's, you know what? Is there one question we have not asked you that you would have liked me to ask you about? Maybe something about SSU or something?
Well, you could have asked what I was doing for Stitch Smile University, but
David
we
Youngquist,
missed that.
what are you doing with Stitch Smile University?
Well, I was trying to pass on some of the stuff that had been pounded into my head over the years to some very excellent up-and-coming writers. A lot of us don't live in areas where there are other writers. I was fortunate enough to be part of a writing group for many years and helped, and that's how I learned a lot of stuff. And so I wanted to pass on what I learned to these guys, and it was a great couple classes, and I hope that they got a lot out of it.
Thank you very much for your time and your talents with Stitch Smile University. Thank you, thank you. You're also our very first instructor for the publishing house, and we appreciate what you have done so far. And you know, I love you. It's been we've gone through a lot of change, and
Well,
I'm glad to see that you're still here. All right, so go ahead and up at the very, very top of the screen, or maybe perhaps on the side of your screen, there is a call, little phone thingy on there somewhere, and you can go ahead and pop out of the call. Right now, what we're trying to do is we're trying to bring Tim W. Long onto the show, and
there it is. Okay.
I'm wondering,
Good night, David.
See
Good
you
night.
later. Thanks, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Woohoo. All right. So we're going to hopefully, okay, so what is it doing or not doing?
Good evening, Tim.
He can stay all he wants. So there's Tim. Yeah.
Am I live?
We got you, and we can hear you, and I can see
Hey,
you.
Jackie.
How are you? Oh my
Hey,
God.
doing good.
I'm like totally freaking out. This is the first time I've had you on video on the show.
Sorry,
I see
I am. Yep, I see you.
All you got to do is just sit there and
Here we go.
smile. You look tired.
You I? Might be because I've had a little bit of wine, but you know, just a little bit.
Oh, well, you know, you could have passed some of that along over here.
Hey, you're on your B positive right now. Shh. Or is that
Well,
OB positive?
No,
OB
it's
negative?
clear. Well, his is maybe something better, way better than mine. Mine's clear right now, and that ain't
Oh.
so good. Look.
Clear, so you're drinking vodka, I take it.
I wish. I really, really wish. Anything but right now. All right, so we are very, very grateful to have Tim W. Long on the show. And what I want to do right now, while I gather your information, is to introduce you to our first chair co-host. His name is Dead Door William. Go ahead and say hi, Dead Door.
Good
Hey, Dead
evening.
Door.
Good evening, Tim, and welcome to the show.
Hey, Dead Door, it's been a while. Are you still hanging out nailed to that door? Everything going okay?
I got
Do
down.
you ever get off the door?
Yeah, I got, and that little nut, I chased him.
Okay, good.
So
I worry
Yeah.
about you.
Yeah.
These are the things that keep me up at night.
Well.
All right.
Nothing.
Tim.
I have nothing.
Yes.
You have written a plethora of books, pretty amazing kinds of things. What I want to know right off the bat is, what book would you fear most to be trapped in, and what character that you've created would you have come rescue you?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I would hate to be trapped in the Zombie Wilson Diaries, which is one of the first novels I wrote. And it's about a poor man stuck on a deserted island with a female zombie as his Wilson. You know, like the ball from Castaway. Because he'd be getting chased around by hula skirt, coconut bra wearing zombie. who can't talk.
All
I'll
right.
take that anytime.
That'd be a horrible way to spend 30 days in the tropics.
Oh my goodness. All right. What is one thing that you've noticed that has changed within the zombie genre that has you perhaps a little bit perplexed over the last year?
I don't know that things have necessarily changed. There are a lot of zombie books coming out every year, so it doesn't really concern me. But I do like how a lot of authors are pushing boundaries and trying out new things. They're not just writing the guy who has to travel across the U.S. to rescue his wife or save his family. There's a lot of different really interesting books coming out. Jeff Strand just had a new book come out called The Last Zombie Movie or something like that. It sounds really interesting.
I think my husband, who is a genuine fan of that, would really be very interested in that. It's called the what?
I believe it's called The Last Zombie Movie.
The Last Zombie Movie. All right. So you've written a series. You've written a number of different, very interesting things. I think when I first
got a few series out there.
Came out, yes, and you have such an ability to be able to write in different genres that people are really quite amazed that you're able to do this, and that these books are just doing so incredibly well. Z Risen is one of the series that I believe I first came in on when I was maybe about a year and a half ago, when I was first on the scene of working in this area pretty strongly. What is it about this particular series that if I say this on Facebook, people go, oh, that's Tim W. Long. How do they know you so well?
I don't know. I tend to put a little bit of humor in each book that I write, but I one time had someone describe my book the characters in my books, as someone that they'd like to sit down and have a beer with. So they're relatable characters, I guess. I guess people find that interesting. I keep the Z Risen books fairly short, action-packed. I do tropes, but I also try to focus on characters, character development, and the military interplay between the two main characters. So there's a lot of military language and a lot of guns. Zombie readers seem to enjoy that.
You know how I am about making sure that we get the details right, and I'm not going to beat you over the head with this topic because I know that you probably had enough questions about it. But if you were to humor us and talk to us about 3 points that are really, really critical when it comes to creating a character who is true to form and fits into the world that you're putting him in, what would that be?
Actually, you hit it. It's keeping a character true to that world. In other words, I don't like to write Superman. I don't like to write characters that have all the answers, or they don't know how whatever apocalyptic situation they're facing started. I like to get inside that character's head and present the reader with that point of view and keep it strictly, focused on what that character sees and does.
Give me your process when it comes to actual character development. What do you pull together to be able to have a character that you feel you can work with?
I wish I could easily answer that, honestly. My books generally start with a character and a very basic outline in my head. I have sort of a plot. But as I write the characters out, I'm learning about them the same way that the readers learn about them as they go along. So it's just, I never thought I'd be a character writer, but apparently that's one of my strong suits. So I don't know. As I write them, I learn all about them, and I'll think ahead. I bounce a lot of ideas off my girlfriend, Katie Cord, who's also a writer and a publisher. So we talk about writing and characters and stuff like that quite a bit.
We have a couple of.
It's really hard to say how the characters come about. I really don't know. My new book has 5 character point of views, and I keep them very specific to each character, and they're completely different from each other.
We have a book here called Impact Earth Symbiosis. It is your newest book, and you have Heroes. It's a Heroes meets Independence Day in his latest apocalyptic thriller. So talk about, you go through a really deep, impactful method here while you're creating 5 characters who need to all come together for a particular reason.
Right.
How do you allow that to manifest? How did you do it?
Trial and error. I've actually been writing that book for about 3.5 years, off and on, while I wrote other books like the Z-Risen series, and I did an urban fantasy. But I always had the idea for characters who are normal, everyday people with everyday problems. They're not superheroes. They suddenly manifest almost superpowers. How would they deal with that? Would they even care that the world was crumbling around them? And it's kind of a mashup. It's an alien invasion / superhero book. But yeah.
Thank you. When you go to create a character, of course you're going to get the essence of what the person looks like and how the person sounds and all of that kind of thing. But what do you do to add the subtle nuances that each character needs to have to make them stand out on their own?
I actually don't do a lot of character descriptions. That's an old Elmore Leonard trick, is don't spend a lot of time describing the characters, because I found that no matter how finely detailed a character is in a book, I have a mental image of that character in my head when I'm reading someone else's work. So I do very basic descriptions, but as far as keeping their voice true, I don't know. Maybe it's a weird form of schizophrenia, writing 5 different character points of view, having 2 adult males, a 16-year-old bullied kid, and a woman who is getting out of a bad relationship. I don't know. It's just very natural to me. But I think that comes with writing, pretty much every day for the last 7 or 8 years.
Sometimes authors get it in their head that writing is really not all that difficult, and that it doesn't take a whole lot of effort during the course of a day or a week or a month or a year to be able to put a manuscript together that is actually sellable.
Mm-hmm.
What do you say to that?
That it's not that difficult to do? Well, I mean, some books are harder to write than others, but you mean just the process of putting the manuscript together itself?
I know that authors that have a lot of time doing it, years and years of doing this, they spend a good amount of time sitting there at their keyboard or longhand, however they create, and pour into the process of actually compiling all of the ideas and putting them into a manuscript. And that it's not just, oh, we'll spend maybe 15-20 minutes a night and we can do this and it'll be great. You see where I'm going?
Yeah,
that it takes effort and energy, and maybe not for you because you're Tim W. Long, but
I spend probably 4 to 5, sometimes up to 12 hours a day writing.
That's where I'm going. That's where I want this.
Yeah, it's not, but it is. it's my job. I mean, I'm a full-time author, so
Right.
I don't, I can't be focusing on other things all the time. Sure, I'd love to fire up a video game or watch the latest series on YouTube, but or on Netflix. But it's all business. When I get up in the morning, I spend the first few hours writing, and if I'm not writing, then I'm studying the business of writing, which is trends in the industry, what's selling, how people are selling. But the art of actually putting the manuscript together, I don't know. I just finished my 13th novel, and it's business. It's a job. That's how I approach it.
That's where I was going with this, because really, believe it or not, there are some people that think that this is just something that they can do that really doesn't take a whole lot of effort and energy. And basically, how hard could it possibly be to be an author? But I've seen enough.
It can be very difficult for some people. Yeah.
I've seen enough authors come on and talk about their process, and thank you for.
Well, a lot of writers tend to focus on each sentence and rewriting each sentence and rewriting each paragraph, and they will rewrite and rewrite and rewrite as they go. But my method is the method to my madness is just to basically write as fast as I can. There's a guy named Chris Fox who wrote a book called 5,000 Words an Hour, and he has a little app for the phone. And what you do is you set a timer, and 15 minutes to an hour or whatever, and then you just write. You don't fix stuff. You don't go back and correct things. You just write as fast as you can, get those words out, and then when you've got that written, that's when you can go back and do edits and whatnot. But
Thank you.
Writing 3,000, 5,000 words a day, that's my job.
And it is a job. So
Yeah,
anybody else that
It is.
that's where I was trying to go. I thought I lost you.
Yeah, I
on
wish
there,
we could
but-
all live I wish all writers could live the Hank Moody lifestyle, from Californication. Living in LA, Hollywood, drinking booze, and hanging out on movie sets. But, it's a lot of loneliness, hanging out, writing, staring at the computer screen.
Besides the main characters and usually the antagonist, how much character development do you place within the supporting cast?
It depends on who I'm planning to kill off. So if a supporting character is there as zombie bait or whatever, actually I tend to like to give them life and give them a background at the very least, and give them some motivation. Why are they there? They're not just background noise. The supporting character is there to support the main character and to interact with them and maybe help them along their way in their journey throughout the book.
Thank you.
And there's a lot of times when a supporting character takes on a major role, and I know at the end of the last Z Risen book, there was a character I really liked, and I was like, well, as much as I like this character, they just don't fit into how the book's going to end. So sorry.
Gotta go.
Zombie bait now.
All right. Hey, that's not a bad thing.
It happens.
Talk to us about developing unique characters whose depth goes beyond your personal experience.
Well, being a good writer is being able to step out of your comfort zone and write about things you might not know about. So, you mean the process of developing a character? I don't know, a lot of Wikipedia studying. Believe it or not, watch a lot of movies, TV shows. I don't know. And I read a lot. My girlfriend's sitting right next to me, and she just said, "You read a lot." Which is true. I do read a lot. I try and read about a book a week, because if you're going to be a good writer, you need to get out there and read a lot of books.
I am interested in... Oh, boy. All right, so what has been a book, either fiction or nonfiction, that you've read within the last 6 months that helped you develop more of your writing ability?
I I can't really think of anything off the top of my head. I read across a lot of genres, but one that's helped my writing.
Because
I did read a book about. I can't remember the name of the book, but it was about how to write a bestseller, and it was about plotting out structure and whatnot. I'll have to look up the name of the book. I can't remember. It's written by David Moss, I believe, from the Moss Agency.
All right. I'll be looking that up. It's said that we can personify anything, but we have to leave an open-ended sense of the character's potential so that their behavior retains the element of freedom and surprise to make them compelling. Can you expound on this?
I don't know. How do you keep them open-ended and compelling?
How do you... Let me ask it again. It's been said that we can personify anything, but we have to leave an open-ended sense of the character's potential so that their behavior retains the elements of freedom and surprise that they need to make them compelling.
I don't know. That's a serious writer question right there. We might have to get an MFA student in here to answer that. How do you keep them open-ended and compelling? I don't know. I mean, my characters tend to just run rampant through my mind. Sometimes I can't control what they're up to.
What is your personal list of shoulds and should nots when it comes to writing a story?
Always stay true to the character. Always stick to a character's point of view, so don't be flip-flopping around and writing. You know, if you've got a side character, don't jump over and show what they're seeing. Do include a lot of action. In fact, I have a joke that when I'm writing a book, if I start getting bored, I just throw a zombie in, and it's time for a fight. As far as don'ts, I am not a big fan of passive writing, so every time I feel like writing the character could see or the character could smell, I just like slap my head really hard, and I don't write that because I don't like passive writing.
Talk to me about a character that you've created that is most like you.
I try not to write anyone like me. I'm pretty boring. I don't lead a very interesting life. I'm just average Joe. If I were writing a book about a writer, maybe. I don't know. A character who's most like me. I hope no one reads one of my books and says, "Oh, this guy must be wacky because his characters do such and such." But characters are just an extension of the writer's imagination. I guess maybe Jackson Creed from Z Risen, because he's former Navy, he's an engineer, and that's the job that I had in the Navy. But we had vastly different career goals. He was interested in drinking himself to death, and I'm interested in being a writer. And he fights zombies, and I don't.
Have you ever gotten partway through a novel and decided to change your main character or any other primary character? If so, when?
Yeah, actually, when I was writing my first urban fantasy, it's called At the Behest of the Dead, I had a very brief stint with an agent at a New York literary agency, and she had a really good suggestion that I change one of the characters from a male to a female, and she presented the reason why, and I was like, well, I don't think this is going to work, but I went back and reread the manuscript, and it made sense to... because it would set up a little bit of tension between the main character and this other character who was actually a detective. So yeah, I think that's the only book where I've gone back and just completely rewritten a character. So it was a lot of changing he to she and, changing the clothing and talking style and whatnot. Because when I write a character, they're pretty ingrained in my head, but this character, they just completely changed. You know.
Okay, thank you for that. John Rabicki once was asked what life was like for him to write, and he gave a 3-word reply. He said, lunging at vacancy. What would your reply be?
What was the question again?
I don't know why this is so difficult. I don't know why. All right. Author John Rabicki, when asked what it was like for him in the writing process, he described it in 3 words. He said, lunging at vacancy. What would you say if that question were asked to you?
The writing life? Oh. Filled with nonstop action.
Thank you. Let's see. Where do I want to go with this? Go ahead, Dead Door.
Tim, when did you decide to become a writer?
When I was 12. So that was, I'm not very good at math, that was 35 years ago.
All right.
And then I started writing when I was 40. So it was a very slow build-up.
Why do you write?
Because I don't know, I've always wanted to be a writer. I like entertaining people, and you know, that's it's a good job. It's a very good job being a writer. I'm a little bit mercenary when it comes to writing. I'm like, this is a business. I treat it like a business, and you know, there's no like burning, deep sense of, oh my gosh, I have to be writing. I need to be a writer. I need to bleed on the page. I just love writing.
Okay, one more why. Why this genre?
Why the zombie genre?
Yes.
Well, I mean, I try and I'm trying to expand it to other genres, but yeah, I mainly write zombies, and I don't know. You know, every situation I'm in, sometimes I'll just ask myself, what would happen if zombies right now? Like you're riding on a bus in downtown Seattle. What would happen if zombies attacked? It's a fun genre to write in, and there's a lot of great authors in this field, so I don't know. I'm glad I stuck around and got to talk with so many other awesome writers.
We're going to go to the subject of irony. Irony is a literary device, and it's often used to give background information based on the characters that are created, and it gives us a way to be able to get a deeper impression of what the character is thinking without the writer describing it all out in 15 pages. Talk to me about your use of irony and how you incorporate it into Z Risen.
How do I incorporate irony into Z Risen? I don't know.
All right. I think you're an amazing author, and I worked very hard to be able to come up with questions that I felt that were interesting to you. And most of my questions have been very flat in your response. So here's what I'm going to do. Why don't you tell me a question that you would rather I ask you that you find important to your craft?
A question I find important to the craft of writing, or just to my craft?
Craft of writing.
Will it sell?
I just expected more. I don't know. I don't know if
Hey,
it's
sorry to
because
let you down. I mean, these questions are just weird. I've never had an interview like this before.
weird how? In what
Usually the
sense?
interviews are just like,
I don't care
what's
what
your process of writing? And
I want to know the intellectual process of how a piece goes from concept to post-production. And this show for 3.5 years has
yeah, but
asked
I mean, I write
questions like
genre
this.
books. I don't write philosophy books. I'm not.
All of these questions have been asked by various authors, and I've never had a situation where the questions seem to really cause major hiccup when I have people on air. And so what
I
I'm
know I'm one of a
interested,
kind.
oh yes you are. I value what you have to say as a creative, else you wouldn't be here. And I am interested in what your process is, because I know you don't just sit down at a typewriter and pop out 50 to 60,000 words and call it a day in a 3-day process and throw it out there and expect people to buy it. There's more to your creative process than just that. And I'm trying to get to what that is.
I don't know. It's just writing. It's not. There's no magic formula to it. There's no intellectual part of my brain that's like. It's just a job. Yeah, I'm not a literary writer. I mean, I write genre books. I'm not in this to pore over every sentence and every paragraph and rewrite and, oh, did I word that right? I mean, it's just a genre book. I'm not writing, I'm not writing a Tolstoy novel here.
Right, I
I'm just
understand
writing
that.
about zombies
But
and the end of the world.
I appreciate your time for coming on to the show. I think that you did a really cool job, because we got to see another side of you. And I look forward to seeing what else you are going to produce within this next year.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Bye.
Bye-bye. Can we describe what just happened here at all on any level? I was shocked.
have no words.
I was shocked. Shocked, I tell you. All those questions that I asked him, I asked
Been
it
asked all night.
all night long, and not a hiccup in the bunch, except for every once in a while that was a very interesting question, and I've never thought about it, or it's something that I've been thinking about. To me, I'm shocked. After I get off air and we have our after show, I probably will view my actual honest feelings. But I was so looking forward to having this interview with him, because he is such a prolific author, and I really wanted to be able to get some seeds from him.
I think what
I just don't.
I think what he's not understanding some about the show is we're also teaching upcoming writers. So we want to pick all these writers' brains of how they got to where they are, so upcoming writers can possibly follow the footsteps or even take advice from those other authors.
All right, so I'm going to move along to some really pretty cool stuff right now. We're going to go over to Stitch Smile Publications.com over on the Facebook page, because I do have a little extra time over here, and I am going to
Plug away.
tell people about some of the very, very cool books that we already have out and some that are coming. We have, of course, Jeff Brown's A Stitch of Madness, and we have Collision course, very cool. Lori Fontaine's book Stalker is doing very, very well. We have Granville, which is also doing really, really well. We have Strychnine that is going to be coming out, as a matter of fact, on the 30th of this month. And we have a couple of books, Hell's Gate Chronicles Series 1 and 2. If you like vampires and werewolves and all that really cool stuff, you know, get over there and pick a couple of them up. I don't know. What do you think, Dead Door? Do I still have sound on you?
It'd be good if I hit the mute button or unmute.
I know, right? I wanted to read there's an open call submission on Stitched Smile Publications wall, and I want to open it up so I can get it read, so that, you know, if somebody is interested in doing this. It is an anthology, and I will get the premise for it. Let's see. A game has begun. The ringleader, known as only as Dark Inside, has proposed a challenge, and only the most elite of the predators will be successful. A target's name is given out with only their picture. The predator must find them, kill them, and bring their trinkets to a designated meeting place on a certain date. The winner will be selected from those that arrive by the deadline. The background: each person writing to submit will choose a well-known documented serial killer. You may not use their real name. You will be given clues as to this. You will give clues to who the serial killer is only by their online name and method of killing, etc. Compensation: all profits will go to Houston Area Women's Shelter, which serves the community of families who suffer from crisis and abuse. And contributors will receive 2 paperback copies. Publishers Stitched Smile Publications, in collaboration with Monique Happy of Monique Happy Editorial Services. The requirements are 3,000 to 5,000 words. Deadline: June 1st, 2016 by midnight Central Standard Time. And the winners will be announced no later than August 15, 2016 on Stitched Smile Publications Facebook and Monique's Facebook. You must like and subscribe to each one so that you are kept up to date with the selection process. Mombi and Stitched Smile Press Publications, I should say. What do you think about that, Dead Door?
I think that's totally awesome.
I heard that and I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. I just found this out, I think the other day. She was even hiding it from me. I'm like, she's up to something. I wonder what it is. Oh man, it's just really, it's incredible what they're doing over there at Stitched Smile. We, let's see, since I'm dabbling on their site anyway, let's see who some of their authors are. They got a lot of them.
A lot of them.
A lot of them. We have A.J. Brown, Alice J. Black, David Owen Hughes, Donnell Pardee Whiting, Isabel I always have a hard time saying this lovely lady's name. I think it's Castrutia. Then there's Lori Fontanez and Mark Deloy and Michael S. Freeman and S.K. Ballinger, Sarah Dale, Veronica Smith, I think might have something as well. It's a very cool atmosphere over there at Stitched Smile Publications. If you're interested in being able to learn how to do your craft better, then as you become an author of Stitched Smile Publications, we also offer some master classes to be able to hone your craft, and that is all with Stitched Smile University. everybody that was on the show tonight all gave a very interesting perspective on the writing process. And, you know, we don't always agree with how things necessarily go on the show, but it does offer the ability to be able to see a little bit more in depth of the authors and creatives that you enjoy. So, you know, Dead Door, you know what to do.
Oh yeah, of course. Jackie, great show. Everybody on the show tonight, awesome. Kevin, excellent job. I'd like to hang out with him a couple times. Scott, I hope you're well. I haven't heard anything, so
I know, I haven't either.
We're praying and wishing for you. Jackie, love you always. And George
too.
Romero, we're coming for you. While you wait, you have a good night, a good morning, and a good evening.
That's all, folks.
Night, y'all.